Okay, now we are live.
I see it. Yep. Great. What's up, Otangelo? What's up, James? James, thanks for coming over. Yeah. How's it going, Otangelo?
Good, thanks. And you?
Yeah,
Um,
I'm good.
I did send you to you and Dr. Dan an email in this morning. Did you have time to have a look?
No. Um, did you send it to me at Pocket Locker?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Let me look at it. Nah, I don't see it. Maybe you sent it to my other account. Let me check my other account. You might have that one too. Oh, I hate two-factor authentication. It's just the bane of my existence. Just Google's way to torture me. Nope. Don't think I have anything either. Try sending it to me again, Otangelo.
Can you, is it pocketlocker86 at gmail.com?
Correct.
I'll resend it right now, okay?
Yeah, thanks.
Just give me a minute. Maybe you need to look in your spam box. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm looking around.
It didn't return, so I suppose.
Oh, is it transitional multicellularity?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so you got it. Yeah, I'm answering also Dr. Dan because he brought up that Volvox demonstrates the evolution to multicellularity, right? So I did put the link there with objections to that claim. And then I am answering you in a general sense about what I actually believe in regards to evolution, what I reject, and then I give alternative explanations to what I actually reject.
Well, I can relate to that. I reject Jesus and Yahweh, and I have alternative explanations.
Yeah. Also, Otangelo, I just got to be honest with you. This is Gish Gallop. Nobody's gonna go through this. This is the idea that what you guys like to do is you like to just dump stuff on people. None of it is relevant. Pattern formation, morphogenesis, Hox genes. Okay, Hox genes. I mean, again, you're citing stuff that's some of the best evidence for evolution that we have. So I'm gonna try to explain this to you again as kindly as possible. You don't know what you're talking about. You either don't know what you're talking about, or you're just like a really like Kent Hovind level psychopath, right? And I don't think you're a psychopath, but there's something going on in your head, Otangelo, because you don't seem to understand. This is not about me and you. I tried to explain this about research tools. You can really, genuinely, honestly believe that intelligent design creationism explains everything. And you can honestly believe that evolution is not true. And I could be horrible. I could be totally wrong in my explanations of evolution. It doesn't matter, Otangelo. The universe is under no obligation to make sense to you. But what you have to understand is that when you are talking about stuff that flies in the face of the scientific consensus, nobody cares. And nobody is obligated to give you a platform, the type of day, the time of day, or read any of your stuff until you get it through peer-reviewed scientific, until biologists are saying, hey, pay attention to Otangelo Grasso because he's really pointed out something that we have no answer for. People are totally justified in just going, Otangelo has no idea what he's talking about. So James, what are you having for dinner tonight? Now, I'm not going to do that to you, but that's a perfectly reasonable response to the way you go about these topics.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
go ahead.
yeah, so what I am saying is I make a division between what I believe is true in regards of evolution. I've pointing that out in my email, and where the dispute is.
But here's the
And
thing,
I mean,
Otangelo, you're saying it wrong. Nobody cares what you think. The whole point of this is what you think is irrelevant. What I think is irrelevant. Stop trying to convince me. I'm not even the right person to convince. Convincing me does nothing. I could say right now, I wave my hands. Okay, I'm done. I submit. I tap out. I can't argue evolution. As far as I'm concerned, it never happened. Otangelo, I submit. Your arguments for God are so good. I submit. You're right. Evolution is bunk, and God created us, and He made the universe, and He did it in 7 days, and the universe is 6,000 years old. And you know who cares?
Nobody.
Nobody.
I wouldn't.
Nobody. They would think Jay's a really nice friend, and he really must really just really not want to hurt his retarded friend's feelings. But it doesn't matter, Otangelo, because it's not about what I think. It's not about what you think. It's about what can be demonstrated to everyone. And evolution has been demonstrated to everyone.
so
It
can
is
we go to
the most evidenced, well-supported
Jay,
theory in the history of biology.
Okay, can we actually go now to the science, because you are repeating
No,
yourself
not
again.
until you get training. Tell me about your background in science. I want to hear it. I want to hear courses, titles, universities, degrees. Go.
Why is that relevant?
Because if you don't know your shit, I can't have this conversation with you. I'm not
So
going
do
to
I
talk to you
need to
about
have
drums
a
if you can't
degree?
name 3 cymbal
So
companies.
do I need to have a degree in order
Yes.
to actually?
If you're this ignorant,
perform?
yes. You need an education. This is not common sense. It's not obvious. It's not intuitive. For the 15th time, the universe is under no obligation to make sense to you. So when you're sitting on some bullshit and you are saying shit that everybody can see is wrong, yes, you need more education.
So I have something to say about that.
Calm down, Jay.
Otangelo, I'm calm, but I'm trying to get through to you because if I can't, I'm just going to block you. I'm be like, I'm just going to block you. I got no time to waste. I'm very busy. I have to educate people who want to be educated. So if you want to keep sticking on, if you don't care what's true, Otangelo, you go fuck yourself. I don't want to be friends with you if you don't care what's true. And if you want to convince me that you care about the truth, learn something.
Of course I care.
James, talk to him.
Right. So here's the thing where I'm at on that. I am not an evolutionary biologist. I do not have any science degrees. I have art degrees. Different thing entirely. Here's my thing. Let's suppose, for the sake of argument, which we're doing, that your views are correct. Evolution's false, and it's provably false. In order to demonstrate that you're somebody that actually respects science, that you're not anti-science, you have to demonstrate a respect for the process that is inherent to science. The scientific method absolutely requires that you go through channels, that you write papers, that you submit them to peer review, and that they pass peer review. If they cannot pass peer review, or if you just haven't bothered, or if you're not qualified to even begin the process, then you're speaking outside the context of science.
Okay,
all you
James,
have to do to
James,
convince me is that.
Let me answer to that. What we are disagreeing with is not the science or what has been observed or what science has unraveled. That is something that we all have access to. And I would be really foolish if I would question what science says in regards to what has been proven or unraveled. What we are disagreeing with and it is because we are talking here about origins, about matters and things which happened in the past, and we do not have a time machine to go back to see what actually happened. And that
Exactly.
does
So then stop talking to me about God did it. We don't have a time machine to go back in the past. So we can't ever observe that God did it. Move on. Don't ever talk to me about God did it, because just like you said, we don't have a time machine to go back in the past. Now, answer this question. Can anything about that fucking Bible predict the goddamn thing we can observe today? Answer, no. Can evolution predict what we observe today? Yes. Results, almost everything. So one theory says I can't go in the past, but I can demonstrate the process right now. The other side says we can't go back in the past. I can't give you any testable hypothesis. I can't observe anything. I can't even credibly tell you who wrote this, but believe that instead. Otangelo, either admit that you are wrong and that you have been citing stuff that is wrong, in error, and unscientific, or we will know that you are either one, a liar, and two, uneducated about the issues, and even worse, unwilling to get educated. You think I have disdain for people who are ignorant, who don't know what they're talking about? You should see the animosity I have for people who are willfully ignorant and spread it to other people. We don't have to be friends, Otangelo. Your behavior will determine the result. Your behavior. And you are not going to get slick on me. You are not going to play word games on me. It's not going to work.
okay, Jay. So educate me.
Nope.
Like
I sent you the best textbook on the topic. That's what I do. When a university pays me to educate people on evolution, I send them that textbook. So if you want this to be serious, go through the textbook. It's not a game, Otangelo. I don't owe you an evolution course in an hour on YouTube. YouTube is not the platform for a biology education. Neither is Facebook, Otangelo. Get your ass in a classroom.
Of course it is.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it is not.
Science papers are. There are many mediums, and they are all equally valid.
No, they're not.
Here you go with the word games. Go ahead, James.
Okay, James. Okay, Jay. So, okay, Jay. Okay, Jay. So listen to me.
Listen to James, or I'm leaving.
No,
scientific method does
listen
not
to James.
Facebook. The scientific method does not involve YouTube. It doesn't involve that. It involves submitting papers through peer review. You're going through back channels. You're saying, okay, since my group, my tiny niche of religious fundamentalists, since we're unqualified to be able to go through the proper channels that is science, not that complements science, not that flatters science, that is science. Since we're unqualified to actually go through the process of science by submitting these papers in the form of papers for peer review to get through the process, we're just going to go and take it to the people. We're going to take it to the public and go on YouTube and go on Facebook and pretend like this counts as science, but it's not science. Science is a scientific method. Scientific method means you submit it to peer review, it passes the process, and then you get to come on here and talk to us about what has passed peer review. You're putting the cart before the horse.
No, James, I already said to you that I am not disputing the results of scientific peer-reviewed papers when it comes to operational science, when they unravel how, for example, CRISPR-Cas works. I'm not disputing that. The question that the whole debate between atheists and theists is about how things in the past came to be. And this is a philosophical question.
No, it isn't. And this is another one of the mistakes you make. No, it's not, because most...
About to say the same thing. Go ahead.
Most Christians accept that evolution is fact.
Yep. You're wrong.
You keep framing the narrative as like it's some atheist conspiracy, like evolution is some atheist heathen conspiracy to suppress the truth of God. No, it's not, because most people who believe in evolution are theists.
Yes.
Well, there are people like Dennis Noble, which are not creationists. They dispute evolution.
Who cares? Nobody cares. I don't care what theists think. I'm not a theist. I don't care what theists think. Matter of fact, you want me to be honest with you? Here's what I think about theist thinking. They don't. So when I hear you say, well, this theist thinks this or this, I just hear people who don't think.
Well, Dennis Noble isn't a theist.
What is he?
Well, he is not a theist.
Don't care what he... So
evolution.
why I don't care what people. Why do you keep telling me names? I don't like names. I throw names at you. You don't care about the names I do. But the difference is the names I give you are actual experts in the field. So you don't care what my experts think, but you keep wanting to tell me what non-experts think.
Well, Jay, why don't you calm down?
Oh, Angela, I'm calm. This is what I do. This is how I entertain people. But I'm not. What do you think? I'm gonna lose sleep over this? The reason people get angry is because you're infuriating. This is called gaslighting. This is called triggering. It's when you take advantage of other people's goodwill and then you sit there calm. Well, yeah, Otangelo, it's easy to sit calmly on some bullshit. Oh, well, look, I believe a magic fairy dust explains everything. Oh, well, why are you guys getting so unraveled? Oh, you don't believe in my magic? Well, look, I can calmly sit here and explain magic fairy dust to you. Look, you just sprinkle a little bit and poof, later you get a universe. Look, Otangelo, people do this work. You're disrespecting the people who do this work.
How?
Do you know how many, do you know how much science, because do you know how much science it took to figure this out?
How am I disrespecting you, Jay?
I'm explaining it. Do you know how much scientific work? See, what you guys like is you like facts. You like to say, oh, there's this fact, and I read this paper. What you don't understand is papers don't write themselves. Scientific papers don't fall to us from the sky from a sky daddy. They are the result of labor of human beings. So let's say for a second that you plaster walls, and that's what you do for a living. And I say, Otangelo, my wall's screwed up. And if the inspector comes through and sees my wall screwed up, he's going to kick my family out of my home. And you say to me, Jason, not only am I going to take care of this, but I'm a pro. I'm going to make sure this is the best plaster job you ever get. And I'm not even going to charge you for it. We're neighbors. I'm going to plaster the wall for you for free. Cool, thanks. Now imagine if I just go over there, take a sledgehammer, and to your work. You gonna be happy about it? You gonna be nice about it? You gonna be friendly about it? No, you're gonna be pissed off. Because you just took the thing you do that's hard work that you had to learn how to do. You did it for somebody and they took a sledgehammer to it because they don't respect your work. So stop acting like you sitting there calmly is not spitting in my face, because it is. And so you could spit in my face calmly, but I'm gonna whoop your ass either way. Go ahead.
Is God a possible explanation?
No.
No, it's not.
No. Did you get that? Is that clear enough? No.
So why not?
See you later, Otangelo. Bye. It's been fun. Nice knowing you.
There we go.
Bye, James. That was not so a nice show.
So do you want me to go, or you want me to stay?
Well, do you have something else to say about this? I mean,
Well, I mean,
what was this? What was this?
Well, I mean, it's Jay's work. Like, it's what he does for his life. He's invested a lot of himself into science, and he doesn't have faith in science in the same way that a religious person has faith in religion. Instead, he has respect for science, and for the same reason he respects science, he respects himself, because it's respectable, because it's earned respect. So
let me ask you something, James.
Sure.
I read a scientific paper which explains to me ATP synthase, which is the energy turbine which makes ATP. Okay? So this is a protein which needs to be it is there in all life forms.
Okay.
So most likely it had to originate prior to life starting, because we don't know any life form which doesn't use ATP synthase. So now it comes the philosophical circle around science. Science has unraveled that ATP synthase makes ATP. So now we have two possible competing explanations. One is that God was involved to creating it to get with life. And the other is that God was not involved. That's what I asked Jay. Jay, is it possible that God was involved? And he screamed out no. But he wasn't able to explain why it's not possible.
So here's the thing.
My answer to that is, if I put a logical description of a deity on the table, which is not illogical, and I would describe it as an eternal, powerful, intelligent creator. And as an alternative, that there wasn't such a God involved in creating ATP synthase. So we have here two logically possible competing hypotheses. And now the question is, which of the two is the more plausible explanation?
Okay,
We are
so
already not in science, we are here in philosophy.
uh-huh.
Okay? So
Okay.
we are entirely moving from science, but into a philosophical discussion about origins of what most likely explains the origin of that protein, of that turbine.
Okay.
So this is something which I could have perfectly discussed with Jay, as I am doing with here, but he was simply screaming and behaving completely irrationally, and I
Well,
so I see no reason why.
I would. You see it as irrational. I see it as completely rational. Here's the thing. There's what I call a bullshit threshold, and we were talking about this earlier before you came on. It's like, where do we set that limit? How much do we tolerate before we're like, no, I'm done? Now, there's just so much to be said about this. One, God is an unfalsifiable hypothesis, therefore can't fit into science. It just can't. Now, when scientists do real science, they never assume there is or isn't a God. That assumption isn't part of the process. Now, internal to themselves, they might have some assumptions, but those assumptions aren't part of the process. So here's the thing, there's just so much to be said about this. If you had a child and they came home, let's say they're in first or second grade, and they come home and they're in tears and they're absolutely frantic. They're just, they're a mess. And you hate that your child is this way. And you know they've been bullied, you just don't know the story yet. So then they tell you, look, some kids at school got together, made a group. And they're telling me that I need to join their group and sign, their statement of beliefs, or else this invisible being will hurt them badly. And by the way, once you join, they're going to ask a lot from you, right? Like they're going to want some of your lunch money, they're going to want some of your labor, they're going to want you to do things for them. And if you don't, then this invisible being, who loves you, by the way, is just going to like totally jack you up one day. He's going to come for you. No place you can run, no place you can hide. He's coming for you, right? Now, your child wants to know from you as the parent, is this true? And I think you and I both know the answer to that has to be a hard no. It can't be maybe. It can't be, well, I can't prove it. It can't be, well, one time I was reading a science journal and I started wondering if maybe some invisible being like that might exist. The answer has to be a hard no, because their psychological and emotional health, which would then affect their physical health in life as well, is directly on the line. You either take a hard no and convince them that that being doesn't exist, or else you're doing damage. Because if you don't take a hard no, they're going to continue to give it credence. They're going to continue to go through life with this shadowy being in their mind who is stalking them. This is Christianity, whether you want to accept that or not. Now, you can try to rationalize that as much as you want to. You can try to befriend the idea as much as you want to. You can spin apologetics morning, noon, and night about it if you feel like you need to. But when you go around in the underlying foundation, the reason you even care and the conclusion you're ultimately leading to is that such a being exists. If an adult who has children or who mentors children gives credence to that on the record, then they are setting the worst possible example for their children. Life is hard enough as it is, not having to go through life with these superstitious what ifs based on what other fallible humans tell you is the truth or tell you is real without good evidence. So, with that being the case, if you were a deist or a Buddhist or some kind of version of theism that was completely benign, that makes no such threats, that makes no such coercion, that passes no such judgments, that applies no such pressure and baggage to people to carry through life, then I'd be a lot more lenient about the proposition that you're putting forth. I wouldn't still take it seriously, but at least I would take less objection to it. So you can say that what you're arguing is that this very general idea of a super being is what you're arguing, but it's not really, because the being that you just described as merely eternal and all powerful and whatever that the other thing you said was, isn't the whole truth. There's this bigger picture of the being you're promoting, but you're like holding it back out of view where nobody can see it in the discussion, because first you want to convince people that this benign being is true, and then after they've accepted that, ta-da, here's the rest of the being. Here's all the stuff I was hiding from you in the discussion. And this stalker being will absolutely wreck your shit for the rest of eternity if you don't believe in him and keep believing in him. So that makes it a con game. And a lot of people don't understand that Christianity in this form is a racketeering scheme. It is this idea that, individuals have been sent by a mysterious, larger than life boss figure who owns this town and everyone in it. Now, he loves you, and he'd love to not have to hurt you for the rest of eternity, but that means you're going to have to surrender to him for his protection. So, because you've got a really nice life there, and it would be a shame if something bad happened to it. So, and then by the way, we can discuss money later. We can discuss the amount of your personal resources and physical energies that you're going to be sacrificing for us later. We can talk about all the sacrifices you'll have to make in your life, about how you're allowed to identify and who you're allowed to love and how you're allowed to love them and how you're allowed to identify yourself in this in your journey. You're going to have to surrender all those things under our authority, because we claim to represent this big mysterious boss figure who's invisible, inaudible, unsmellable, unfeelable, right? Except with emotions that you have to arbitrarily want to feel in the first place. And you're just going to have to take our word for it, because if you don't, he's going to hunt you down. There's no place you can hide. It's the same scam that would have been run by first and second graders, except it's adults doing it. So when you talk about how you're sure evolution is false, and frame it as an atheist conspiracy or whatever, when it's not, because most of it's been Christians figuring out evolution. I mean, I know where you're going with this. I know what your end game is. I know what underpins all of it. And so I can't respect it. I owe myself and I owe humanity more than that. And I appreciate you listening to me explain all this to you, but no, in the meantime, if you want to convince people that evolution is wrong entirely or in partly, then you're going to have to find some scientists with the appropriate credentials who will endorse that, submit it for peer review, and get it past the process. Now, in the meantime, let's say evolution is false and some other theory is true. And I don't think we're really down to two options. I think we're down to a lot of options. But let's suppose it's false and that some version of theism is true. If our eternal fate depends on where we land on that, then that's an unjust system, because you're talking about countless people who have, even if they're wrong. See, if Jay's wrong, hypothetically, Jay's not wrong on purpose. Jay didn't wake up one day and say, you know what? I hate God, or I want to rebel against God, or I want to rebel against the oddly specific conceptualization of God that Otangelo holds to. And so I'm going to look for some kind of theory that seems to help me leverage myself away from that God. He didn't do that. Nobody's wrong on purpose. The Jehovah's Witnesses aren't wrong on purpose. They're wrong on accident. Catholics are wrong on accident. Muslims are wrong on accident. Buddhists are wrong on accident. They are not rebelling against your God, right? And it's not just atheists that don't believe you. Most theists in the whole world think you're crazy. So it's, you have to put this into perspective. Now, in theory, that doesn't prove you're wrong. We could all be wrong and you could be right. But if we're wrong on accident. There's no rebellion inherent to this. There's no willful ignorance inherent to this. And if we're willfully ignorant at some subconscious level that we can't realize, well, then we're not responsible for that, because we didn't design people. We are not some God designer that designed people to have minds that work in such a way where they can be deceiving themselves and not even realize they're deceiving themselves. Only, if a God designed our minds to work that way, then a God is responsible for all the failings that come from that problem. We are not. We're only responsible for our conscious thoughts, not our subconscious thoughts, because we cannot access those. We cannot see those objectively and move those around and account for them. The mind doesn't work that way. So there's just so many levels of nonsense that are hidden behind the scenes that don't get openly discussed when you bring all these evolution topics to the front. And they're there and they need to be talked about. So when you ask me, is God a viable hypothesis or alternative explanation? When I say no, it's not just because I think evolution is true. It's not just because I think you're wrong. When I say no, there is a mountain of fantastically solid logic and ethics behind why I say no. And I just need you to
Well,
understand.
and what are they? Because I think that as soon as I am saying
What are the
there is
things?
a
Otangelo, they're
possibility,
in a biology textbook. We just had a conversation about this on my channel about how when I had something uncomfortable to present to my grandfather, he just didn't read it. James Apperson is not a biology teacher. And quite frankly, I'm a collegiate biology professor. What you were talking about is high school biology. Otangelo, if you say to somebody, what is the evidence for evolution? I don't see the evidence for evolution. Otangelo, you've just confessed you don't understand the most well-supported theory in the history of biology. So people have the right to assume either one, you're really dumb, and I don't think you're that stupid, or two, you don't have sufficient education. And by the way, I came back because as the United States champion of World Wrestling Entertainment, I couldn't leave my tag team partner here. James, when I leave, you gotta leave with me, or I gotta come back because we're a team. We can't, I felt.
If all right, man. And I thought about that too when he left, but I'm like, you know what?
Nah, that's all right. I came back. You're good.
I had something I wanted to say, and I didn't want to leave without saying it. So here we are.
No,
But
you're
normally,
good.
like my function on Pocket Locker's streams, this is how I see myself. I'm hero support. That's what I am. That's what I try to be for
Oh,
Garrett.
I appreciate that.
That's what I try to be for Jay. When I see people out there making a real difference and that I think deserve our respect and our support, even if it's only some small measure that I can offer, I will offer it. And if that means I talk for an hour or if that means I sit silently for 2 hours, I'm there as much as I can be because he's a hero and I'm hero support and I'm damn proud of it.
We appreciate you so much, James, and we look forward to doing the same as you continue to get out of here. Oh, Tangelo, here's the problem I have with people like you and Rebecca. You're better off dealing with somebody who's not me, because for better or worse, I actually like you. I tell people this all the time. I really strongly disagree with Otangelo on a lot of issues, but if he lived next door to me, I would not hesitate to ask him to borrow his lawnmower. And I would not be surprised if he didn't let me borrow it because he knows I'm busy and he just would rather cut my grass for me instead. I think you're that nice of a guy. But at the same time, as your friend, that makes it frustrating. Right, because if I get in this argument with Sean McDowell or William Lane Craig, well, I'm happy to curse them out and walk away because I don't know them, and so it doesn't. There's limits to the frustration. Part of the reason I lose my temper with you is because you're one of my friends, and if I can't get my friends to respect my work, if I can't get my friends who are out here, if I can't get the people who listen to me every day to hear what we're saying, then yeah, that's incredibly frustrating. Because it just signals that it doesn't matter. One of the most frustrating experiences I ever had with Rebecca was watching her talk to Gutsick Gibbon. I almost wish that conversation never happened. Because if it never happened, then we could say, well, maybe she's never had this explained really well to her, or maybe nobody's ever done a really convincing job of showing her the evidence. But instead, we had this huge podcast that blew up in our community that everybody was so excited to see. Therefore, everybody saw it, and most people probably watched it 2 or 3 times because it was so good. And it was Erica just doing this amazing job, just laying it all out there beautifully, eloquently, answering all the questions, being super patient. And again, this is a high-level educator who does this for a living. She does not do this for free. She is excellent at this. And when she does it, think about this. When she does it at the university, right? Even at that level, when she's getting paid to do it, what happens? All her students have to share her. All of them, right? They got to make a special appointment to come to office hours or to meet her outside of class. And even then, it's very limited. They probably get like an hour or so. Instead, hang on, you get this one-on-one tutelage. And you guys just don't care. So it's very frustrating. Go ahead.
Have you ever heard about the guy? His name is Marcos Eberlin.
No.
Okay. So this guy, he is Brazilian. He is a scientist. He teaches at he was teaching at Unicamp in Campinas. He has over 600 science papers published. He won the Thomson Prize for spectrometry. He is a high-class scientist. He is a young Earth creationist. He is just one example, and I can give you many more.
But he's not an evolutionary biologist. And here's the problem. Even if he was, it wouldn't matter. Here's what you guys do, and I'm trying to get you to understand this, but here's the frustrating part. You try to call us out all the time for doing it, so I know you understand it. So then the real question is, why won't you see it when your side does it? It doesn't matter, Otangelo. What you're doing is you're making an argument from authority, and you're citing somebody outside the field. Here's the only thing that matters, Otangelo. No. Here, let me finish. The only thing that matters is what peer-reviewed science has been published that supports young Earth creationists. It doesn't matter how many creationists are Satanists. It doesn't. If most scientists were Satanists, would you believe Satanism was true? If most scientists were Muslims, would you believe that Islam is true? No, and no. And so don't try to sit here and debate that you were. Don't try to cut me off because you know you're wrong and you're starting to look stupid. Sit there and take it like a man because that's what a good friend would do. Now the truth is, you and I both know it wouldn't matter. What the Jews thought doesn't matter to you. What the Muslims think, what the Muslim scientists, if a Muslim scientist gets up here and says, I'm a Muslim scientist, but I'm here to tell you evolution is true, would you believe it then? No. Because all that matters is, do you get the peer-reviewed literature published on the subject? And I've reviewed a paper. I'll send it to you. Here's the truth. 0 publications. 0. So let's do hard math. 0. There has never been a published paper using intelligent design creationism as a scientific theory. It is not science because it's not science. Because it's not science. And the courts have proven this. Okay, Otangelo, that's where we depart ways, and that's where we're done. I've laid it out for you. All you're doing is saying no. You're just going, nuh-uh. You're wrong. You're wrong. I can do it too. You're wrong.
Listen,
you're wrong. No, nope. Not going to listen to you until I know you're listening to me. This isn't going to be a one-way street. I don't respect your opinion. You're full of shit, Otangelo, and I won't listen to you until you start listening to me. I ain't reading shit you send me until you read that textbook I sent you. You're playing a game. And I was deciding, are you a reasonable person so we could be friends? Or are you sitting on some bullshit? So sit on some bullshit, and then I'll think you wasted my friendly efforts. You know what that makes it? Personal. You know what that makes you? An enemy. You know what that means? I'm coming after you. I am the United States champion of word wrestling entertainment. I'm here to put asses in seats, spit facts, and break backs, Otangelo. I will expose you. I will never let you rest. So I suggest you get your shit straight or you put yourself on my hit list. I'm not fucking around anymore. Go ahead, talk to James.
Well, I've certainly made my case known already. I mean, no. I mean, I know what counts as abuse.
Okay, so let me answer to what you just said.
Sure.
I disagree with you. God is not an impossible hypothesis. I put it on the table. It is possible that at the bottom of reality, there is an eternal, powerful, intelligent creator. There is no logical inconsistency.
Nope, wrong. Stop perverting logic. Stop perverting philosophy. You got a degree in philosophy, Otangelo? Do you have a degree in philosophy? Yes or no?
Well, point out.
Yes or no, Otangelo?
I have no degrees.
Okay. Have you published any papers on philosophy?
I have never
ever
published any science paper.
Okay, well, let us tell you this. You don't know shit about philosophy. Until you say something that's demonstrated, no, it has never been demonstrated that a creator is possible. Ever. Okay. And I keep telling you it's not a scientific theory. So stop acting like it is, because you're lying.
Okay. Go talk to your peers then. You have nothing to say to me. Bye-bye. You can go. I am not your partner.
I'm here for James.
I am not your partner to talk about anything. I am sorry. I'm not your peer. I am not a scientist. I have not the qualifications. Go and talk to the people that you
Okay, but here's
respect.
what you're not understanding. You're on the internet,
You are
Otangelo, so I
you
can
yeah
subscribe to your channel.
you
I
are
can
at
watch your
channel,
videos. I can
and
make videos about them, and
no,
I can
stop.
expose the fact that you're full of
I
shit.
am I am 40 minutes in this stream, and I've not brought forward one entire sentence as an answer because you either interrupted or you talked all the time.
Cool, Otangelo. I can sit there and listen. I can listen and sit there and smoke. Derek is here, by the way. Shout out to Derek, Tux, Cameron. So go ahead. Derek from Myth Vision is here. Just go ahead, Otangelo. We'd all love to hear. We would love to hear. Go ahead. Spit this intelligent design creationism too. Where's my mute button? Let me mute myself. Otangelo is about to school us. Go ahead, Otangelo. We're listening.
Well, that's not how it works, right? I mean,
We
there
want to
has to
hear
be
all
a
about the. We want to hear all
well,
about the magic man in the
first of
sky.
all, there has to be mutual respect, and that's not what I am seeing from you,
Well,
Jay.
let's understand that your entire religious niche is grossly disrespectful of all other living beings. All the absurdly anti-value that you place on all life that proves unuseful enough to your magic man in the sky isn't okay. The way you think that life is disposable if they don't do enough to serve and flatter, in other words, prove as a utility for the magic man in the sky, that they just don't even deserve to exist, that's not okay. So the very fact that you're a Christian religious fundamentalist means that you don't actually ascribe the proper value to other human beings. And so with that being the case, the moment you speak on these topics, you're automatically in a position where you are not respectful of anyone else. You can fake respect
Well,
for the
let me just stop you here. If your worldview without God is true, then man has no intrinsic value whatsoever. We are just the product of stardust. From stardust we came, to stardust we go, and what we
uh,
did in between, in a million years, nobody will remember
well,
and
here's
know anymore.
well, I
So
understand. I understand.
basically, no, let me finish now. I
Okay.
listened to you. You talked for more than 15, 20 minutes, and I was patiently listening to everything you had to say. Now,
And
I
that
would
was
like that
brilliant.
you, and
Sure.
I
Go
would
ahead.
like that you listen to what I have to say too.
Sure. Sure.
So, if the naturalistic, materialistic worldview is true, then human life is just stardust. It doesn't have any intrinsic value whatsoever. But if the Christian
Again,
worldview
stop,
is
stop, shut the
true,
fuck up. No,
no,
no, no,
no,
Otangelo, that's an
no,
insult. You do not get to
no.
tell people because they
Okay,
have a
get out.
scientific worldview, their
Okay,
lives don't
get
have any
out.
meaning. Stop.
Okay, get
How
out.
rude is that?
You are at my channel now.
Okay,
You're
but you
not.
should be ashamed of your.
No,
Okay, I'll let you keep talking,
no,
but
I'm
let
not.
me just say you should be ashamed of
I am
yourself.
not.
Go
I
ahead,
am not.
spit the love of
No,
Jesus by telling us our
I
lives
am
have
not
no meaning
ashamed.
because your God can't provide any evidence. I'm
I
sick of
am
it.
not
That's an
ashamed. I am not
insult.
ashamed.
It
Well,
is.
it's your problem
It
if
is
you feel
insulting.
so, Jay, but that's what I believe. I believe that only God
And I believe
can
you're
give
an
us.
idiot. So then stop acting like I'm being mean to you. When you want to tell me the truth, you think my worldview says I'm just stardust, which is not true. And then it says that my life is meaningful, which is not true. And that I have no purpose, which is not true. Well, I think your religion gives you no objective basis for morality. You'll do whatever your sky daddy tells you to do. And you're disrespectful. You don't care anything about how hard people work. You don't care anything about the truth. You don't care anything about the real answers we all have. And matter of fact, it's even worse than that because we can all see it. We have the footage. We have the tape. We've seen you show up on channel after channel after channel after channel after channel, and you never change. You never take in new information. So how about that, Otangelo? That's the truth. That's just what we see. It's just how we feel based on what we observe.
So
It's
have
it's
you
okay
ever?
with
I
Tangelo, it's
mean,
okay with me if you
I
confess to
am.
me that you are a nihilist, that you're a Christian nihilist. I'm like, okay, fine, you're a Christian nihilist. If you
No,
want to
I'm not a
describe
nihilist.
Christian nihilist, yes, you are. You cannot see
No,
any
I'm not.
value in life unless there's a sky daddy. So you're a nihilist who uses sky daddy as a way to ease the pain of your nihilism and as a way to offset your nihilism. I'm not a nihilist. I see value in people even if they're finite. Even if there's no God, I see absolute value in people, even you. I see value in anybody, in every living thing that is, it gets a little bit hard. It gets a bit of a gray area when I see people doing harm to other people. And you do a lot of harm, Otangelo. You do a lot of harm in this world. So, you know, I see the spark of beauty and wonder in everybody, but some people aren't honoring that. And Otangelo, you're not honoring that. But it's okay because this is your journey. And if you want to feel like you can't see value in other people outside the context of what
Well, let
utility
me
they may
stop
prove
you
to
here.
be.
Well, let me stop you here. I disagree with you, James. I can see value in people because of my worldview, because I believe that you are a creation made by God, which
Mhm.
has made you to be eternal. And because there is a God and because we live eternally, we have value and we have meaning. But
But I
if you
could just stop
remove
you right
both,
there and say that
then
I
there
think
is
you've just
no
given us
meaning
no value.
whatsoever anymore.
Because according to what you just said,
No,
you've assigned me no value. You just
no,
told me
I
that my
value
life only
you.
has meaning to you because you're
No,
God.
Jay.
No, hear me out. Otangelo, tell me if I'm wrong. You just said that you believe our lives do have value. Again, you totally invalidated our worldview. You did not say,
Yes,
you did not
I
acknowledge
validate your
that our
worldview.
worldview says we have purpose and we have value. Instead, you said you believe that we have purpose and our value because your worldview ascribes that value to us.
Correct.
And then you said your God is the reason we have value. Well,
Yeah.
imagine me telling you that something you don't believe in is the only reason you're breathing. Now, stop. Imagine on top of that, that the thing I'm telling you is something that's literally hurt you, been a source of pain and abuse for you. And now I'm saying that that structure that abused you, that is the source of your pain and discomfort and misery, is the only reason you're worth breathing air. No. Instead, what I think is you are discarding my value when you tell me that some magic guy in the sky 6,000 years ago decided that one day Jason should exist just to give him glory. I think that's pathetic. You want to
It
spit
is.
on people? I spit at your God idea. And yeah, I just spit on my wall because it's really that disgusting, Otangelo. Instead, I'd rather believe that Wanda Priester and Al Bundy decided that it'd be great to start a family and have a child and raise them to be a better version of Wanda Priester and Al Bundy. And even though that relationship didn't work out, they decided to be a team on raising this young man, and they were going to be a team. So the fact that two awesome people came together and gave birth to me, both the descendants of a long lineage of awesome people, is what gives me value. What gives me value is that people like James Apperson say what I'm doing is worthwhile. And Derek from Myth Vision will do a fucking podcast and then come on my stream and spend more time on my stream breaking down the podcast than he did making it. The fact that I got people that'll rock with me 4, 6, 8 o'clock in the morning just so that we're here providing a community for each other. That's what gives me value. Now tell me it came from your stupid ass book again.
Yeah, James, what do you want to say to that?
So Peter W says that I'm hard to listen to. All I can say, Peter, is if we get a chance to have the full discussion, which I'm certain I won't have a chance to do here, that my view might come in more focus and maybe be more understandable. So in the meantime, if you want to post any questions in chat when we come back to the stream and when we get a chance to, I'd be happy to address them. So as far as the rest of it, Otangelo goes, I get it. The only way you're able to see value in other people is through the context of that religious narrative, and I find that incredibly limiting. um I see value outside the context of it, so I'm not a nihilist, right? Like, I accepting the inevitability of no longer existing someday, I still see incredible value in life and people and their struggles and their triumphs and their character, and I it's all beautiful. And some could argue that it's more beautiful if it's not eternal. Because if you have an eternal measure of something, an eternal amount of dollars, or an eternal pile of gold, it becomes less and less valuable because you have so much of it. Now, personally, every single version of heaven that I've ever heard articulated sounded god awful to me. I do not want to spend the rest of time in a celestial kingdom where I've been programmed to want nothing more morning, noon, and night than to kiss some giant white god's butt, and that no longer able to have an unapproved thought, unapproved feeling, unapproved action for the
Who
rest of
told
time.
you that it will be like that,
Well,
James? You're
here's
just
the thing. Here's the
making
thing.
it up.
Bibles say that morning that all forms of mourning and pain will be done away with. All forms of pain will be done away with. All forms, period. Bibles say that. And if you talk to any Christian on the street, they'll tell you the same thing. Now, Paul
Do you think
Bloom,
this is bad? Do you like to
yes,
to
no,
to
no, no, no,
feel
no. Here's the thing.
to
Here's the thing.
suffer?
I would put a cap on suffering, but if we get rid of all pain, all risk, all loss, life will become empty. And Paul Bloom made a video about this recently at Big Think. If you were to take away all sources of risk and pain and setback and loss, and I still say we should put a cap on it, but if you took away all of it to where it's just bliss 24/7, it would just blend together in this gray paste of Mr. Rogers' neighborhood. It would just all be so shallow. Because think about it. What gives our connection to other people, our friends and our family meaning is that
Yeah.
we're there for each
So,
other.
James, do you think this life here, do you like to live?
Sure. Most of the time.
What about you, James? Do you like to live? Do you think it is a good thing to be alive?
I think for some people it is. I don't want to make it about.
But Otangelo, this is so. Do you see where this logic goes? This logic, we know where this goes, right? Do you like living? So wouldn't you want to live forever? But again, if you were to really hear us out on this, we would both, and I'm sure James would agree, tell you that part of the value of the life is that it's limited. That's what we're saying. We're not saying we don't value being alive. What James is telling you is the very idea that I would live forever. Yeah, I don't like pain in life, but having pain in life and knowing that others have pain in life is part of what makes the absence of pain so good. Part of what makes, like I said, the part of the reason I had to come back for James and, do all the stuff we do is because we don't know we're going to be here forever. So we got very limited time to have these opportunities. So we're trying to make the most of them because we don't know how long we're going to be able to do it. And what James is saying is, if we were able to just do it forever and everything was fine, that takes away the value that we see intrinsically for life. So please try to have that conversation rather than wouldn't you rather not be dead? Well, then doing that forever is better than not. It's like, that's childish. It is totally not getting the point.
So yeah, I don't want to live forever where there's no pain, no struggle, no triumph because there's no risk. I don't want to live in that kind of world forever and not even be allowed to die. And it's like, I don't want extremes of suffering. The extremes of suffering we see in this world are grotesquely unnecessary for any imaginable purpose. And if there's a God that designed it, he should be absolutely ashamed of himself. And go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
So with that being the case, if you were to propose a different idea of heaven where there's still risk and pain and setbacks and recovery and victories, then you'd be talking about a kingdom or a life where relationships still have meaning and value because those people are there for you. The phrase being there for you means nothing if there's nothing to be there for you for. If there's nothing to have each other's back about, it just wouldn't matter.
James,
You wouldn't need anybody.
Let me quick interrupt you. Otherwise, I forget what I was thinking
All
about.
right.
I was thinking about this previously, but you were talking, so I lost the thought.
It's okay.
I don't think what is relevant, what you, I, or Jay want to be true. What we want to know is what is really true.
Well, sure,
Okay.
I agree with that.
Okay, so we need to have a methodology to find out what is actually true.
Sure, but while we're going through a methodology trying to find out what's true, nobody should want to go to your heaven. Nobody should want that. It doesn't make any sense to want to go to your heaven. Now,
Yeah,
so
but let me stick to what I just said right now.
Sure.
If you say I reject the God of the Bible, the God of Islam, but whatever it is, whatever kind of religion it is, because I don't like it. But if actually one of these religions is true, then you are just self-delusional because it is not.
Otangelo, you're totally right? And we've had this conversation, right, where we both say this, right? And again, I want to be clear even to the audience about a couple things, especially like Kathy. Otangelo, we have some trolls that come through my chat, right? And I'm sure you probably have some trolls that come through your channel or your blog, right? Some atheist trolls that just shout at you and just say whatever. I always say, notice the differences. Otangelo listens. I know Otangelo's real name. I was just having this conversation with my advisor, Rob, during our meeting today because we were trying to stream our class later. And I was telling him it's a big difference between the people I can look in their face. I know what they look like. I know what their real legal name is. And I have private ways to get in touch with them. So I say that to say I respect you for the fact that we have that honest conversation where I'm saying, Otangelo, this is true. And don't matter what you like or what you want, this is true. And you hit us with the same thing. Jay, this is true. And you're gonna have to deal with the maker, whether you want to deal with them or not, right? So I want people to see that I really do respect you for being honest with the way you feel about that. And also that we have this conversation. I tell people I'm friendly with Otangelo. And that's why we can have this kind of exchange because I like him enough that, and he's respectful enough to sit here and listen. And so a lot of y'all that come through trolling in the chats or trolling in our comment section, but won't ever call in and talk to us face to face. Me and Otangelo can't count the number of face to face conversations we have. And I know if I hang up on him right now or he hangs up on me right now, we probably gonna have another one in a day or so, right? Because that's just how it is. So I respect him for that, right, James? Otangelo, we're really telling Otangelo how we really, really feel in a way we rarely get to say to anybody, and he is listening to it, right? Like,
right.
yeah.
This reminds me of what Penn Jillette said. He has a video about this where even though he disagrees with fundamentalists, he loves that he shares a part of their heart, is what he says, because they have this fire where they're sure about a thing and they want him to know what's true, and they'll stand up and exclaim it, and then they'll listen while he stands up and shares his truth, and he's like, I get that. Like, I get that if you think you know something that deeply, you want to tell other people. And yeah, so on that level, I completely relate.
Yeah. And I just want to say I have a lot more respect for that than the people who are out there. We never see their faces, right? They never call in. We never, they don't ever write anything themselves, right? They're just chat trolls or whatever. Like, no. We actually consider Otangelo on a whole different level. But also, I wanted to quickly touch on this. Here's what bothers me about your stance, Otangelo, and I'm gonna make it clear so you understand it's not personal. I deal with a lot of fundamentalists too. Like I play in the church. If COVID ever goes away, or if I decide I'm gonna just have to suck it up. But I deal with a lot of people who I consider friends, close friends. We go to church together. I consider them close friends of mine, and they don't believe in evolution. I want you to understand that they don't believe in evolution. And so when I tell them, like, we start talking, oh, Jay, we really love that you play drums. What are you doing not playing drums? Oh, I'm an evolutionary biologist. I have friends who look at me and say, you believe that nonsense? Right? And that's what I do. I had to chuckle, right? And then I remind them that nonsense pays the bills, right? So yeah, right? But at the same time, right, it breaks my heart because I know that the amazing world-class experience my students get, because they not only get me, they get Rob Pennock, and they get this world-class evolutionary education at Michigan State University, at this great university. And a lot of them don't really care. They're not going to be evolutionary biologists or researchers. They're going to go off and go to med school or whatever. But here are these other people, very close to them in age, very similar stage in life. And for the most part, they're really, really sheltered from that type of opportunity. They're never going to walk into my classroom. They're never going to register for my class, even though many of them are students at the same university with the same skills and sometimes even in the same program. And so what I like to say is you may really have looked into this and you may feel like your opinion represents, a truth here or something you really want to hold on to or something you've now made a conscious decision. I'm on this intelligent design creation thing, right? For better or worse. But a lot of my friends aren't. And what bothers me is when people on your side start to say things like, well, that isn't science, it's religion. And, well, we're overlooking all the evidence. They're overlooking all the evidence for intelligent design, or there's a conspiracy to support evolution. And right. And what you're doing is you're not reflecting a common truth. Like, just like we could say to right now, it's 6:51 p.m. in the Eastern Standard Time Zone on August 22nd, 2022, right? Now, you could say, I believe it's 8:30 p.m. on September 19th, 1963, if you'd like, right? But when you're going to tell other people that that's not the case, when so many other people have so many means to observe that it is, well, now you're interfering in these other people's ability to process this information, and you're potentially affecting their life path in a way that you're maybe not intending to, maybe not even thinking about, right? And so it's like you may want to hang on to these things, whether they're true or not, or whether there's a scientific consensus for them or not, or whether, right, whether you can prove everything or not, but they didn't. And I didn't. And that's the other thing you guys miss in this community was we were those people. We were believers. We were creationists. We were raised in all of this stuff. And it was with pain and long suffering that we shedded that. And for many of us, it's still hard. We're still outcast in our own families and friend groups and church communities and all of this stuff. And so I always like to remind people, yeah, the guy at the front of the congregation, he may have woke up this morning and said he doesn't care what scientists think. And he doesn't care. He's going to stand on the word of God no matter what, right? But there's a lot of young people in his congregation that would not have made that choice. And when they got up today to just go to church with their friends and family or participate in a Bible study or just watch a YouTube video on the relationship between, God and science or creationism as presented in the Bible and evolution, right? But they get somebody up there who's perfectly comfortable and happy to misrepresent the science or say, well, then, there's a conspiracy against evolution. And well, no, actually, the Bible is scientifically accurate. And we can all know that that is not true. That is where somebody like me, again, whose job it is to educate people, and not only to educate people, but to actually do the research and the science myself, right? I have to say, you're actively working against my work. I'm trying to build this thing and you're coming behind me trying to unbuild it. So yeah, I got to go at you. Here's the difference though. If you want me to shut up, just leave this topic alone. And let me tell you something. I have experience with this in churches. I've been in front of churches where we've kind of gone away. And we're like, oh man, maybe we don't want to preach about this LGBT stuff anymore. People don't really like that. Maybe we want to preach this anti-creationist stuff anymore. People don't really like that. And you know what happens? You don't have to give your faith up. Just stop preaching the BS. Right? If you realize, oh man, we get a lot of flack for being anti-LGBT. Well, then stop being anti-LGBT. Just preach about the love of Jesus, the gospel, how to live as a community according to the harmony and the 10 Commandments, whatever your real theology is. Okay, cool. You getting a lot of flack for being young earth creationists. Cool. You don't have to necessarily not think that anymore or not believe that anymore, but don't make YouTube videos about that anymore. Make YouTube videos about, your spiritual journey, your hobbies, your being an audiophile, because when you put yourself out there as a counter expert, then the experts are going to counter that. So that's what I'm telling you. Like, this is going to keep happening.
I'm still
Go ahead. You're good. You're good. Go ahead. Waiting for what? Man, you're just talking shit, Otangelo.
Well, I'm just waiting,
But you're not. That's what I'm saying. Like, and this is what I was going to ask you. See, the reason I gave you that book was to start a counter apologetic that I'm going to try out in this community. And I'm going to be honest with you. I'm very excited about it because I think the community is going to see what I'm very disappointed about, which is the fact that if in fact a big key to this issue and a lot of these other issues, just name it an apologetic versus counter-apologetic issue, if a lot of the key to a lot of these issues is as we suspect, it may in fact be the fact that the other side is not sufficiently educated to understand the issues. This is how I feel. Hang on.
Let me ask you a question here.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me ask you a question here.
Go ahead.
I think there is no dialogue if you exclude an intelligent creator a priori as a possible explanation of origins, then we have nothing to talk about, because in that case, you only accept that a non-theistic worldview is true. There is nothing to discuss about.
That's not what we're saying, but there is not. I agree with you that there's nothing to discuss, but the reason is different than what you said. Again, when you guys say, "Oh, you guys are saying naturalism is all there is," again, you're talking about ontological naturalism. You're saying, you guys are saying the natural world is all that exists. No, we're not saying that. We are saying that theism versus non-theism or science versus non-science is a non-starter. But the reason it's a non-starter is because of methodological naturalism. The scientific method relies on testing observable hypothesis. And so when you give us these ideas we can't test, it's not science.
Jay, I addressed that. And
what do you mean by you addressed it?
Well, I agree that when it comes to explain how something works in biology, we need to use methodological naturalism, and because we don't expect that God is fiddling there somehow and making something in order that it functions or works. We expect that there is a natural operation of a protein or a cell or an organism.
Right. I understand that. Sure.
So we never expect that. So, okay. But when it comes to origins, we have to put all the possible causal mechanisms on the table. And intelligence is a possible.
This is God of the gaps.
No, I'm not talking about God of the gaps. I am just exposing a framework.
You're not exposing anything.
No, I am saying, the first question is, what are the possible...
But Otangelo, you saw the conversation that we had earlier on stream, because you were active in chat, so I know you were there, that we had with my advisor, Mike Travisano, earlier. He very clearly laid out, we do the origins of life research. We've mostly, he said the answer's probably already there. Mostly, he said most people have done the stuff that fills in all the pieces of the puzzle. Nobody's really done it all at one time or hopped in a time machine, but we've got those pieces. Then on top of that, we've got all these experimental systems where we can test the theoretical sort of nature of all these systems, and bingo, boomo, we're getting fireworks results there. Then we can take it even into computational systems where we can model all this stuff, and bingo, boomo, bango, we got it all there. So literally to the very limits of our human capacities to have this information and understanding at this point in our history, we've got it. We've got as much as we could possibly have. We're literally flooded. Literally, we have more ideas in productive, evidence-based areas of research than we have researchers to do the research. And funding to fund them to do the research, which is the bigger problem. But like, which is, y'all are not helping that either, right? And so it's like but again, y'all want to overlook that just to say, hey, but you can't observe it in a way that's completely unobservable. And since you can't observe it in a way that's completely unobservable, even though limiting yourself to what's observable is the entire point, look, my unobservable idea turns out to be the most plausible explanation for what you actually do observe. No. And here's the other thing. When y'all get on this, I'm sorry y'all can miss me. You no longer care about the Bible. LTNs, let me make this very clear. I'm sorry y'all can miss me. You no longer care about the Bible. I'm sorry y'all can miss me. You no longer... Hang on, we need a visual aid. We can't use that one because that's my Myronite Bible. Let me go get one of these fake-ass Jesus Bibles. Hang on, y'all. Hang on, this is very important. All right, now give me one of these fake-ass Bibles. One of these fake-ass Bibles. All right, cool. Here we go. Great. Cool. Right, here we go, right? Yeah, all right, here we go. Great. See, here's what y'all lame asses do. Y'all don't want to let science really take credit for nothing. So what y'all really want to do is be like, yeah, science, we accept all the science, but my God explains it all because he's consistent with the science. Yeah, when you do that, you tell us you don't care about this here Bible, this new Oxford annotated NRSV. This is a real nice with all the Apocrypha. Y'all don't care about none of that. Why? Because let me tell you about this Bible right here. This is the story of of a being who spoke the universe into existence in like 6 days. It says it right here in the first part of it. In the first book, it just goes right into how he did it like real quick. Then he floods the earth and gets rid of the people and they come back. And then later, down in the second half, he impregnates a virgin and sends his son who walks on water, dies 3 days, right? All types of miraculous fireworks and magical stuff and talking snakes. And it's crazy. It's beautiful. People live to be like 495 years old and everything, right? And then what y'all do is y'all go up and y'all say, y'all be up here on JSTOR and Google Scholar and all of that. And then y'all be like, oh, what does the science method do? Oh, it figures out this model of reality where none of that ever happens. No, it turns out the universe is incomprehensibly old. If it's even the original universe, we might just be a spat out offshoot of like an infinite series. Who knows? Nobody even knows. How old is the earth? Oh my goodness. How long did it take to create? Like, wow, like billions of years. Like you wouldn't even know. How do we explain how to like build a rocket ship and make a cell phone and connect this thing called the internet so Jay and James Apperson could tag team Otangelo and just straight beat him down on the internet? Kidding. But how do we do all that? Oh, it turns out by this model of reality that assumes there's no supernatural interventions ever at all under any circumstances. Yeah, it turns out we've never, ever been able to actually document any supernatural occurrence of any type whatsoever. But it turns out, remember this book here? Yeah, the one where the guy speaks it into existence in 6 days and then does all the miracle stuff and then impregnates the virgin and sends his son to die at the hands of the Romans and rise from the dead 3 days later and he's coming back to establish the third kingdom. Yeah. Oh, that's how he does it. Oh yeah, no. No. The real story is that's just how we spit it in human language, but scribal errors and different cultural contexts and blase and the flavonoids. That's just how we wrote it down for the simple-minded back at that time. It turns out that full scientific thing that y'all been doing ever since then. Oh, that's how he works. That's how we did it. Hashtag won't he do it? Okay, so when you do that, I don't care anymore. I don't care. Because you just made your Bible, your God, the most mundane. Your God now is worse than non-existent. He exists, but he's completely useless. He exists, but he really is the magic secret man in the sky. And you can't even, not only you can't even tell he's actually orchestrating the whole thing. Nah, you can't even tell he actually has any influence. Like the stage crew, the backstage people none of these people ever, like he's the ultimate angel funder. He just provided all the foundational materials for the universe and then he just got up out the way so it looks like he has nothing to do with it. I mean, so now you've taken this God, yeah, the real powerful one that you got to be scared of because he could either give you eternal pleasure or eternal damnation. And again, he did the miracle stuff and he made the universe in 6 days and then he sent the son to die and he rose from the dead. All that. This guy, I ain't talking about him no more. Yeah, definitely not talking about him no more. Definitely not even talking about him. So why should we care?
So Jay, what if it's actually true? What if the Bible is true?
Yeah, I don't even know. I don't even say like what are you talking about?
If it's true, then that's a good reason to not be a Christian.
Yeah, I mean seriously, awful.
This was my point.
What a trickster. Go ahead, James.
This was my point earlier.
Yeah,
my point was not
that's
that
why
we
we
should
have
base our
free will. But James,
hang on. I want to hear what James says. Hang on, Natan. You gotta learn. You gotta let your guests. We here to be your guests. You people always hear you. This your channel. You gotta let your guests be. Go ahead, James.
Yeah, my point has never been that we should base our worldview on what we want to be true. My point is that if Christianity is not true, then of course we shouldn't believe in it. Of course we shouldn't subscribe to it and participate in it. But if it is true, then we still shouldn't want to participate in it because then we're going to just get ourselves screwed over by being dumped into a heaven, which is a hell. It's just a hell that is glorified. No, I don't want to go to a Christian hell.
Maybe your imagination is completely off. How do you know?
I'm not basing it on my imagination. I'm not the one claiming all this stuff is true. We're talking about the imagination of the people that wrote the stupid books and the imagination of people that have felt like that they've been spirit led to expand upon what it all means. I'm not making this shit up. You guys are. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's why we have free will, right? So
we don't have free will, but that's in a whole other discussion.
Okay.
That's the other thing. Like, y'all won't have an honest conversation with us because you always have to resort to the magical sky daddy language that we don't believe in. So the answer to all our questions is, well, my Bible says Wingardium Leviosa. And we're like, well, we don't believe in magical spells, so this isn't going to be very helpful now, is it?
Well, Jay, let me be honest. I believe that your worldview is impossible to exist.
Why?
It exists.
But that's the thing. It explains why it's possible.
Well, it exists in your mind, but I am saying that it is ontologically true. I believe it's impossible that it is ontologically true that your worldview is even possible. I don't believe that.
Okay. Well, that's okay with me. I'm at peace with the fact that you don't believe it.
Oh, Tangelo, the only thing I'm not at peace with is that you think that sounded like an intelligent statement. Oh, Tangelo, you just made it sound like you just literally just don't understand. And so we know you don't know science, and now we know you don't know philosophy, right? I think that according to me, your worldview is impossible, even though we couldn't be sitting here having this conversation if it wasn't possible.
You didn't even ask me how I come to that conclusion.
Of course not. I'm okay, Angelo. I did not become a scientist because I'm in the habit of asking people who have the wrong answer how they arrived at that answer. I asked people who came to the correct answer how they arrived at that answer. What are you talking about, bro? Like, come on. I'm not gonna ask you for your sources. Like, can you give me some citations I can go look up for the impossibility of my worldview? That would be really helpful. Come on. Oh man, it's fun. See, that's why I like Otangelo, y'all. Otangelo will tell you stupid to your face, which at least then allows you the opportunity to do the same. So it's better than all these flag waving phonies out here. But no, Otangelo, here's my thing. One is I really do want you to think about that. Like, because here's my thing. Then you're responsible, right? If you're not actively educating people in an area that you don't have expertise in, then you're not really accountable for that expertise. This is why I'm always telling people in the audience, like, relax. When I'm jumping on somebody for, not having sufficient training and not being a proper biologist and not having a PhD and all of that, I'm not talking to the viewers, right? Because again, the viewers don't have YouTube channels where they're presenting themselves as the holders of some sort of knowledge that undermines the legitimate expertise of the field. So now here's the bigger. Go ahead.
You believe in common ancestry, right?
Sure.
Okay, so let's suppose common ancestry wouldn't be true. Would that, in your understanding, mean that there would have to be a creator which created each creature individually? Or do you think that if common ancestry wouldn't be true, it could still be that just natural processes were in action to create each different?
Oh yeah, it definitely could be that natural processes. I mean, you could definitely have just like multiple origins of life, and they hop up on the planet together somehow, and then we're descended from different lineages that cohabitated, but didn't come originally together. But it's hard to say because again, here's what you guys are doing. You're trying to overlook everything we know just to have a thought experiment or something where you put, again, what we don't know, what you put not knowing these things on equal foot with what we know. So it's really hard for people to do this because it's like, number one, a lot of people think that there's these magic moments. Like Darwin sat down, wrote The Origin of Species. People read it. Oh my goodness, we all descended from common ancestry, right? It doesn't work like that. Like a lot of people already thought that. right? All Darwin did was like write the best treatise that had been written to that point, explaining the mechanism in detail. Other people had already discovered the mechanism. Other people had already discovered plenty of the details. Other people had already had the ideas of how it would all work and might work, right? And Darwin just happened to be in the very unique position of being able to put it all together. And then luckily, Wallace, because Wallace was a big fan, was respectful enough to let Darwin put his stuff out there before Wallace did, right? But even if it wasn't Darwin, we would just celebrate Wallace, because Wallace, again, independently, on his own accord, came to pretty much the same conclusions, right?
No,
And
I
he
was
also had evidence for it.
Jay, I was asking because we know that viruses do not share a common ancestor. But have you thought about what would falsify?
But again, why that makes evolutionary sense, right? That there would be many different ways that you could get. Again, Mike talked about this earlier. What you guys want to do, you want to say, let's discuss origins. Well, then let's discuss origins of Tangelo. What y'all want to do is say, oh, let's have the conversation about origins. Okay, well, how do you start with a living cell with a mitochondria and like a gazillion parts with DNA replication, all enclosed in a dual cell membrane? And we're like, you don't. You start with simpler replicating chemicals. You start with much simpler structures that we wouldn't even recognize as anything remotely close to cellular life. You start with something probably a lot more like viruses.
Yeah, no,
and
but
so hang on. So then it would make sense, right, that some of the primordial soup that produced viruses and virus-like lineages happen to spin off one that stuck around because it was so good, especially once the thing we now call life popped up, and they could really do their viral thing interacting with those, right? So then it would make sense, according to evolution, that we'd have these freaking viruses around, that once we did our little life thing and we was getting our little life on, they was already like, woo, we could just, oh, y'all just provided all this new cellular machinery we could exploit. Thank you, we viruses, we up in here, and we've been stuck with these mugs ever since, right? And we can't get rid of them. They can't get rid of us. Me and you sitting up here. I'm stuck in my house because of COVID. Welcome to evolution.
Yeah, but what would falsify your worldview?
Nothing short of the greatest scientific revolution in the history of humanity. Continue.
No, you didn't answer my question. What would falsify your worldview? Or what would turn you again atheist? What evidence would you say, this is evidence that there has to be a creator? What would
All right, I'm willing to repeat it again. Nothing short of the greatest scientific revolution in the history of humanity, which, by the way, we're in the midst of. Y'all might want to join us. Continue.
Yeah, but what would that be?
I mean, I think that's self-explanatory, isn't it? It would take the form of scientists holding a global press conference saying, we were wrong, and here's how we know.
Also, Otangelo, when you ask questions like that, I hate to say this, but I'm telling you as a professional, it's like going to see a doctor and he's going, ooh, you got a really big lump on your neck. I want to take a look at that, right? And him being like, trust me, looking at these lumps is my specialty. I'm about to tell you whether or not it's cancerous or not, right? Now, here's what I'm telling you. When you ask people a question like that, a science educator knows you don't have a sufficient scientific education. There's these things in life called shit tests. I gave you a couple the other day. Could you name 3 headphone companies? You can name 3 headphone companies. Can you name 3 car companies? You can name 3 car companies, right? Could you name 3 evolutionary biologists? Didn't do so well on that one, but you nevertheless could come up with these names. There's things that people say that any well-trained scientist, especially a science educator, knows that person ain't ready. And I'm telling you this because, again, if my student were to say something like that, it'd be the same thing. If my student said something like, whoa, we have a huge problem if you don't understand this conversation. Go ahead.
Jay, I am not asking you as a scientist. I'm asking Jay Bundy, what would you recognize as evidence that God is the better explanation compared to no God?
Nothing short of the greatest scientific revolution in the history of humanity.
Which would be what?
I don't even like
Yeah, you
Here's the
don't
thing. Okay,
know.
no, here's it. Here, let me
You
explain this very
don't
clearly. No,
know.
no, no. Let me explain this very clearly. The reason people say I can't answer that question or I don't know what it is, let's be very clear about the reason is why. It would take not just so much evidence, it would take so much evidence in so many different fields that most, right? Because if we just found out, oh, there's this freaking genetic anomaly that none of us can explain according
Okay,
to
so
evolutionary theory. We'll be like, well, we still have all the theology, all the geology. We have all the cognitive sciences. We've got all the. I mean, you just list all the sciences, and they all point to the same thing. So what we're telling you is, it would take sufficient evidence, according to cause an interdisciplinary community of scientists across a wide range of disciplines to say that now the consensus of scientific evidence has shifted to this other theory. And that's why we're saying we don't even know, because it's literally very, very difficult to even imagine that as a possibility, because while y'all are asleep at the wheel thinking that evolution is questionable biology, it turns out evolution undergirds almost every discipline, because you do have the sciences, you do have it explaining the history of life and human origins and all of that. But on top of that, you have the fact that all the other sciences are done by evolved beings, and that an evolutionary framework is an incredibly powerful way of solving problems in all of those fields too. So now you'd be undermining sociology and all the evolutionary theory that has been incredibly powerful in economics, and all that evolution has taught us about engineering, and all that evolution has taught us about geology and chemistry, and the evolution of the cosmos. So you'd have to literally have something so good that all of those people, because now they all do this with evolution now. And they all do this, I hate to say this, with a completely naturalistic worldview that does not require any deity at all. So if you want to have the conversation about your view, you got to understand that you don't get to create a special class of evidence. If you want to say, what evidence would it take? All we're going to tell you is evidence. The same evidence it takes to establish anything else. Anything else has to overcome this burden. Why do you get to be the exception?
So would you agree that an important distinction between the theistic and the naturalistic atheistic worldview is that in the theistic worldview, there is an intelligent agent acting, and in the naturalistic atheistic worldview, there is not. Do you agree with that?
Nope.
Okay. Why not?
Because there's lots of intelligent agents. We're 3 intelligence agents acting in the natural world right now.
But we are the thing that has to have an explanation.
Oh, okay. We have an explanation.
What is
human evolution? You've ever seen the phylogeny with all right, there's like a branching group, monophyletic. We come out the primate group and branching. You never seen all that?
Jay, you didn't understand my question.
Oh, okay, probably not.
I am making a contrast here between the two competing hypotheses or worldviews.
Wrong.
In one, there is an intelligent agent, and in the other, there is no.
All right, let him go with this. All right, yeah, this is where Cliff says let them go and say that theirs is a hypothesis too. It's not testable, but it's still a hypothesis because it explains. All right, so tell us you have 2 competing hypotheses. Go ahead. God, this is gross, Otangelo. But you realize that's what you have to do. What you have to do is you have to say, I have a hypothesis that is testable. And that's not only testable, it's been tested. And it's held up to those tests across space and time, all over the world, across disciplines, and it does so every day. And hang on. I want to make it clear for the audience. Hang on, we got to make sure everybody's on the same page. And then what you want to say, but we also have this other hypothesis, and since it's not metaphysically, logically impossible, even though it's completely untestable and completely unobservable, we're going to say these are our 2 competing hypotheses. So if you're going to play this game, Otangelo, we're going to be very clear with each other and with the audience about exactly what game we're playing. So now continue to tell me that we're starting with this untestable hypothesis, and again, the most well-evidenced hypothesis in the history of science. Go ahead.
It is testable, Jay. I disagree with you. We can test
Go ahead,
if
test it.
intelligence,
All right, then here's the easy part.
okay,
Send
okay,
us the
so
peer-reviewed literature where it's been tested.
no,
That's it.
no,
That's
no,
it.
forget peer review for a moment.
Hang on a second.
Is
Did
it,
y'all hear what he
is it,
said? Y'all heard him say forget peer review for a moment. So we're gonna play Otangelo's alternate reality fantasy here. But let's just be very clear that in order to play along, we've agreed that we're just gonna set aside peer review. We're gonna ignore
okay,
the peer
okay.
review process while
No,
talking to a
no.
scientist. Go ahead,
No,
Otangelo.
we don't even ignore the peer review science, and I will come to that. Now, my
Okay.
question is this: can intelligence create blueprints of a machine, for example? Yes or no?
Can you do what?
Can intelligence, you and I, we are intelligent agents,
Yeah.
are we capable? I'm a machine designer. As a profession, I design machines for specific purposes.
Right.
So the fact that I can do it is proof, empirical proof, that intelligence is capable of instantiating and creating blueprints of machines, right?
Very sloppy language, but sure.
Okay. So intelligent agents, they are also able to read a blueprint and then um, make an equivalent machine precisely based on the instructions of that blueprint, right? And intelligence can also make factories which make machines, for example, right? So this is something which is already confirmed,
What's
right?
confirmed? Wait, what's confirmed again?
That you can design things. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Otangelo.
sure.
Right.
Not,
So
yeah.
this is unquestionable that intelligence is capable to make blueprints, and then it is able to make information transmission systems,
Yeah.
and it can then instantiate complex specified machines for specific purposes and functions.
Sure.
This is something which is unquestionable. I don't have to read first, make a hypothesis and test it because we know that can happen, right? Yeah, it has nothing to do with the Bible, Jay. So put that on side for a quick moment.
Somebody clip that. Go ahead.
So now science is trying for over 70 years to recreate in the lab genes, genetic information, molecular machines, proteins, and chemical factories, and is not even able to come up with a model which could explain how a cell could self-assemble with all these things. So we have
Unbelievably wrong. Go ahead.
well, show to me how I give you just the basic materials, and then
I literally just did a broadcast with an Origins of Life researcher. So go ahead.
I can give you all the peer-reviewed literature which will tell you that what your friend said is just not true.
Right, which is why they made him the head of the Department of Ecology, Evolutionary Biology, and Behavior. Continue.
Well, what you need to do is first you have to join the basic building materials. You have to sort them out. Then you have to make the full macromolecules. They have to be homochiral. They have to be purified.
Hang on one second. Jason Torn, we're on Otangelo's channel. Yeah, we're on Otangelo's channel. Let me
I put the link.
Oh, you put the link. Yeah. All right,
Someone else
cool.
wants to come in, can join.
Also, hang on a sec, guys. Call in. Come over, pull it up in a second tab or something. Subscribe to Otangelo's channel. Y'all know, don't act shy. Don't sit around acting like we don't have theist friends and we don't subscribe to people who don't agree with us. So y'all know we interact a lot with Otangelo. For better or worse, he's one of our friends. He's part of our community. He shows up and supports all of our content, right? He subscribed to all our channels. I promise you won't burn in atheist hell for subscribing and turning on notifications for Otangelo, but he would appreciate, and actually I'd appreciate it, right? Because like I said, we can't help each other if we won't talk to each other. And even if we don't ever get through to Otangelo, which is looking doubtful, we might get through to some people who think like Otangelo. So yeah, let's all help each other out here. Let's be neighborly, right? Otangelo would let us borrow his lawnmower, right? Otangelo, you'd be a good neighbor. So it won't hurt us to subscribe to his channel, turn on notifications. And if you think Otangelo has done bad things in the past that you can't stand and you think makes him a really bad guy, well then you have the opportunity to grow today, show somebody some grace, give somebody a second chance, and maybe engage with them, and maybe you can help educate them and turn them around. So let's try a little bit of grace over hate today. And yeah, I flip out at Otangelo. I can do that. Me and Otangelo cool like that. All right, go ahead, Otangelo.
Yeah. So back to what I was saying. Well, give me one science paper which actually demonstrates how life can originate by non-intelligent, unguided means.
I don't. Okay, so here's an issue with that. Here's an issue with
know?
that. Here's a real issue with that, Otangelo. I might not know or have it. Because again, that's not my area of expertise. Here's another issue. This is what I meant about the YouTube thing. I think you can learn a lot from YouTube. I think you can have great opportunities on YouTube, but there's no guidelines. There's no insurance. And so you might not ever come across an evolutionary biologist who can cite the paper that has evidence for these things. That doesn't mean there is no evidence for these things. It just means the person you're talking to doesn't know that citation off the top of their head. And if anybody who has any familiarity with any academic expertise knows most academics can't really cite very much except for their very little small corner of the academic universe. And even that, most of the time, they have to get back to you because there's so much in even that field that it's kind of overwhelming. I don't want to keep rambling. I see my main man, Sample Pack. I just want to say, I've already told him this. I think Sample Pack with the facial trimming, he's got the V for Vendetta mask vibe on. I think it's very a dope aesthetic for a counter apologist. I'm gonna actually go ahead and change my scene up on my stream a little bit because I'm covering his face here. But Sample Pack, it's always good to see you, my friend.
Yeah, Jay, we gotta,
of course, and Jason
we gotta talk
too.
later because you mentioned your grandfather in Jersey City. And
Yeah.
I know exactly where that is. My best friend has a restaurant like 2 blocks away.
Oh my goodness! Yes. Let's talk about Jersey City. Yeah. It's what I call a good hood. It's the type of neighborhood you ever been. The people are good. You know, if you're not used to that type of vibe, it's very different. But you get used to it. There's just something hood, right? The hood is good. You go to the fried chicken spot or the whatever, and stuff's a little bit different. But you know,
like
people are loving life.
Chicken, I think.
There it is, Crown. That's exactly what I was thinking of. Yeah, you already know. All right, go ahead. What's up, Jason, by the way?
Otangelo, I had a question. Like, how do you think God did it? Like, if you say God, like, not evolution, then, like, and you say God did it, like, how did God do it, right? Like, because I think that you could make an argument, hey, like, God used evolution, but, like, you know?
Yeah, you can say that. What I say is he used his power and intelligence, but how exactly, we don't know.
But how do you think he could have done it? Like, you know, we start from the beginning, right? Like,
well, I am a literalist. I believe that he did it in 6 days, as stated in Genesis.
so you think Adam and Eve was how it happened?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, do you believe in microevolution?
Yes.
So, what is microevolution to you?
I would more describe it as adaptation, which is actually something which I think had to be fully developed from the beginning. The ability of life cells to sense the environment, to adapt to the environment. Otherwise, life wouldn't even be able to start.
So, what does that mean to you? Adapt to the environment.
And I mean, of course, to the environment, cold weather, warm weather, also. Speciation up to a certain degree, second degree of speciation. That is something which I think is unquestionable, and nobody doubts about that. Also, creationists do not doubt about this.
So when that adaptation happens, do you think that what happens to the gene code?
Well, the gene code, I mean, there are mutations, there is gene drift, there is gene flow. These things are unquestionable. And I think that, as I said previously, we creationists, we do not doubt that change happens. The question is up to what degree happens. And the question is the two main disagreements are common ancestry and that the tree of life is true, that all life forms descend from just one last universal common ancestor. That is something which we doubt about.
Do you think that God would have not done it that way? That he?
I believe that God created each species, each of its kind, and then with the inbuilt capability to adapt to the environment. Like dogs have a common ancestor with wolves, cats with have a common ancestor.
You don't think dogs have a common ancestor with cats? They look pretty similar to me.
No, with wolves, I think that they come from wolves.
But what about wolves and cats? Do you think that they look pretty similar?
Yeah, but I think they don't share a common ancestor.
So they just kind of spawned. God was just like finding toys in his toy box, and he just kind of plopped them on the earth.
I believe that he created the various different species and kinds, and with the inbuilt ability to adapt to the environment and to speciate.
And when that speciation happens, what do you think happens to the DNA?
Well, I don't know exactly. Of course, it changes. There are variations of alleles and so forth. Yeah.
Do you think that the DNA is degrading?
Yeah.
When something speciates, it's degrading.
I don't know in all. I don't know if it is related. Maybe Jay can answer that question. I'm not sure about that.
Do you think when something adapts, is its DNA degrading?
Not necessarily. Maybe not.
Do you think that more information is gained when something adapts to its environment?
Oh fuck!
Mm,
I'm just gonna fucking leave.
I'm not sure. I don't know.
What do you feel that information and DNA are related to each other?
Of course.
And you feel that DNA is like a blueprint, right?
I mean, some disputed that description. It maybe is better described as that each gene can be compared to a book, for example, which the gene regulatory network then can express at the right moment and when it's necessary.
Can you describe to me like what natural selection is?
Yeah, it is different alleles which then are selected. There are mutations in the genome, and then there is selection.
What do you mean selection? Like what's selecting?
That is that one gene is spread to the population and becomes dominant then and fixes in the population of.
But it doesn't spread like a virus, right? It kind of what makes it spread to the population?
Well, with inheritance.
Okay, so through generations.
Yeah.
Okay. And why? I just don't understand why any of this is controversial. It doesn't seem controversial to you.
No, it's not controversial. I think the big question is, first of all, how are complex multicellular organisms built? Okay, that is the first big question, which I think has to first to be elucidated. And when you have the picture, then you can ask, how did all these mechanisms come to be?
When you say how they're built, what do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, there is not only genetic, but also epigenetic information and signaling networks which are involved in constructing multicellular organisms. And when I am talking about epigenetic information, then we are talking about, I mean, I have collected almost 50 different epigenetic codes and languages. And there are at least 5 or 6 different signaling networks which are involved in constructing complex organisms. And that demands an explanation. How did that complexity come to be? And there is where I actually disagree that only genes and the information in genes and its change has influence in going from a last universal common ancestor to us, for example.
How much do you like understand chemistry? Like, do you believe that chemistry is a thing?
Of course, it is a thing.
Okay. And so, like, I guess I don't understand where your general confusion is. Like, you say that evolution doesn't happen or isn't real,
I've
but
never
then
said that it doesn't happen. What I am saying is that the common evolutionary explanation is that mutations, natural selection, gene flow, and um, drift explains all biodiversity. This is
and
what I
you disagree
object.
with that.
I disagree that this is sufficient to explain all biological form.
And
In
is there
my
like a
understanding, there
exact
is
spot?
more than just that. What constructs complex organisms is genetic and epigenetic information and signaling pathways, and they work in an integrated fashion, in a systems way together. And that is, in my understanding, not explainable by non-intelligent mechanisms.
Do you
That
have like
is
a
in the core. That is in the core, basically, the disagreement which I at least have.
But why do you say that it's not explainable? Because I don't see an example where that can't be explained. Do you have an example?
I give you an example. I will give you an analogy to make it more clear what I mean.
I
Okay.
don't want an analogy. I want like an exact like species or animal where you say this
Okay.
cannot be
So
explained here.
okay, I'll give you that. Are you familiar with oxygenic photosynthesis?
Sure.
Okay, so to make chlorophyll, you have a pathway of 17 steps and 15 proteins. 5 of the last proteins, they do not have any other function than working in the biosynthesis of chlorophyll. Now, let's suppose that
When
we
you say
have
that
a
they don't
fully,
have any other function, do you mean any other function that you know of, right?
yes,
Okay.
that I don't know of, and I've not seen any scientific publication giving multiple functions or that it could have been co-opted from.
Okay.
Okay, so let's suppose that we have a fully developed biosynthesis pathway to make chlorophyll,
Okay.
and we have these 15 proteins involved in doing that. So you have chlorophyll B, which is necessary to have the capture of photons, which then transmit the energy to the reaction center, and it goes then on to the electron transport chain and so forth. So what good is chlorophyll B for if you don't have the entire oxygenic photosynthesis pathway developed?
That's a question. What good is it for?
Yeah, that is the question. And also, what good would it be if you have these enzymes and proteins in that pathway if they don't have any other function that they could have been co-opted from?
I guess I'm not sure I'm following. You're saying there's some proteins here, and you're basically, it sounds like you're saying like they all have to come at once. Otherwise, if one came, then it has no purpose. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you know that evolution is about survival of the fittest, and if you have a new trait or a mutation, it has to provide some benefit to the organism,
Well, that's
right?
not true, actually. No, that's false. It could be a neutral mutation.
Yeah, it could be neutral or it could be even negative.
Sure. So
Right.
it could either be neutral,
Okay.
positive, or negative.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
So you have a change there. Now, if you don't have that sequence, that metabolic pathway fully developed, you don't get chlorophyll.
Okay.
Okay. If you don't have chlorophyll, you don't have a functional oxygenic photosynthesis pathway to make glucose.
Okay.
So the question here is, and that's why I like to make analogies. The analogous situation would be the making of electrical energy through a photovoltaic system where you use solar panels to capture photons, which then the energy of the photons is transmitted and stored in the end in the battery, right?
So what is
So
produced if you don't have it? What is the final result? You're saying you're not producing glucose if you don't have this pathway. But what are you producing?
well, you can't even start to produce something if you don't have the capture of photons. You need first to start the whole thing, right?
So what's the end process? Like what is the end result? Let's say I captured the photon. What do I get
Yeah,
out of it?
you will have the electron transport chain, and you will in the end have the proton, um, um, uh, the gradient, and then you will use that to generate ATP to ATP synthase, which then will make NPHD, which is another energy form which will go in the Calvin cycle and into Rubisco, and in the end you have glucose. So you need to have a form of energy to drive the whole thing. And if you
Okay.
don't have energy, you can't actually make glucose. So you need to have energy.
Okay, but
And
isn't the photon
starts
energy,
and that starts with photons, yes.
right? So if you have some way to capture the photon and have it activate some chemical process, I don't understand the problem.
Well, the problem is, why would evolution come up with the biosynthesis pathway of chlorophyll if chlorophyll by itself only has function if it is integrated in the oxygenic photosynthesis pathway?
Why would it come up with that?
Yes, why would evolution produce enzymes, line them up in a biosynthesis pathway where in the end it produces chlorophyll, which only has function if it is fully integrated in the antenna complex and in oxygenic photosynthesis to in the end having glucose.
Well, I don't agree with that. I don't agree that the only purpose of the chlorophyll could be that, right?
Hang on one sec, James. I'm going over to Pocket Locker. Come over there. We gotta talk to Jason.
Sounds good. You guys carry on.
Yeah,
God bless.
I don't necessarily agree that that's the only purpose of the chlorophyll, right? Like the chlorophyll may produce something that's still more energetic than what you started off with.
Well, I don't know of any other function besides capturing photons and funnel them to the reaction center.
Yeah, but let's say that the reaction center doesn't produce glucose in the long term, right?
No, the reaction center is just where the energy is transmitted to, and
Okay.
then you have the oxygen evolving complex, and there you split water. One of the side product is oxygen, and then an electron is split, which will replace the electron, which is how can I say, in the reaction center, the electron then enters into the electron transport chain, and that electron which goes out is replaced with that electron which comes from the oxygen evolving complex, where it is split, where water is split, where you have oxygen and you have that electron. It will replace that electron which goes out and enters into the electron transport chain. So you have, in reality, an entire system which has to be in place in order for you to have all these reactions. In the end, then
I don't
glucose,
agree.
which is
But so maybe you have to have the entire chain for the glucose, but at every step of the way, you're net positive on the amount of energy in the system.
and
And because you're net positive on the amount of energy in the system, then at every step of the way, the amoeba or bacterium or whatever it is that is like the species, whatever that has this system, is net positive on energy and therefore can utilize that energy at some level.
well, you need to have glucose. How do you keep the organism, the bacteria, alive if you don't have glucose to food it with?
Could I speak to that just real quickly?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Tangelo, in order to make your argument make sense, you have to assume that there's some kind of intention to make the photosynthetic process. Okay? So you're saying in order for photosynthesis to happen, you need this, and this, and you're absolutely right, you do. But you're assuming you're starting at the end product instead of building to the end product. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, it does.
You're demanding that photosynthesis was the intent. What Sample Pack is saying is there are things in the, and sometimes it's hard to tell if it's an animal or a plant. There's some things in this world that do not use photosynthesis, but are plant-like in their processes, and they create energy without photosynthesis using some of these similar pathways, some of these similar products. Now, it's not photosynthesis specifically, that's true. But you're starting with the end result.
Yeah, listen, we have basically 6 different carbon fixation mechanisms. Okay. Oxygenic photosynthesis is just one of them. And science claims that there are supposedly simpler methods to fix carbon. And these were, they claim they came before oxygenic photosynthesis. Oxygenic photosynthesis came later. And the most simple ones which are stated is the Wood-Ljungdahl cycle and the reverse TCA cycle. These are the ones which are commonly mentioned, which were extant at the last universal common ancestor, which supposedly was an anaerobic organism which lived in a non-oxygenic atmosphere. Now, the problem here is precisely the same. You need 9 very complex enzymes which need to be all lined up in the right sequence where you can actually start the process and in the end have the carbon fixation, and where you
now,
can have
to do a one-to-one comparison, when you were talking about photosynthesis, you said there was blank number of proteins necessary. What was that number?
There are 26 different
protein whatever you said.
Well, there are 26 different protein complexes necessary in the whole chain.
And in this simpler system that you just quoted, there were how many?
Yeah, in the Wood-Ljungdahl cycle, there are 9 enzymes used. Yeah.
So it is literally physically simpler.
Yes.
Okay.
You've
read and you know all this stuff that you're quoting to me, which I'm excited. It's very impressive. I haven't had time for that kind of study on that particular topic, But it seems to me like everything you're saying means that you should have realized this already. That there are simpler forms. There are steps along the way that are apparent. There is usage for things before you ever get to photosynthesis, as Sample Pack is saying. But I think you kind of already know that.
Yeah, but the problem is that the Wood-Ljungdahl cycle or the reverse TCA cycle, they use completely different enzymes than the oxygenic photosynthesis. It is completely different. And the question as well goes, how did that system come to be? And we have an even bigger problem there because you cannot resort to evolution because we are talking here about an abiogenesis problem. A system that a fixed carbon had to be in place for life to start. We don't know of non-carbon based life. And in order to have carbon, you need to have a way to fix carbon from carbon dioxide.
That's
And
fine.
and as I said, what is usually proposed is that prebiotically there was a non-enzymatic pathway with clay and metals, which supposedly were first in place fixing carbon. But that is a very unspecific pathway. And then you have still the question, how do you transition from a non-enzymatic to an enzymatic biosynthesis situation, which is a huge problem because you need enzymes to fix carbon, but you need carbon to make enzymes.
It's too, Tangela, it's just too much. I'm not going to remember everything you're saying. Okay, I'm just not that bright. I'm sorry. There seems logically to me two things that pop into my mind that are necessary here. Oh my gosh. And I was trying to wait, but I was just losing what you had said. Okay.
I think you want to say that there is a trajectory from a simpler to a more complex system.
I already said that. I already said that, obviously. And I wasn't going to repeat myself. I think I'll just be silent. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Angela,
maybe.
what's the least? What do you think is the least amount of chemicals required to produce energy?
Well, you need to specify what kind of energy that you're talking about.
Any kind of energy. Let's say thermal energy.
Well, energy started at the Big Bang with the singularity where you had a unified
let's say on
force.
Earth. Let's say on Earth, what's the least amount of chemicals required to produce energy?
Well, are we talking about ATP or
thermal energy, heat?
Fire,
so you
maybe?
need,
I don't
you need
know.
oxygen, and you need some kind of a fuel source, right? You need oxygen and a fuel source.
I don't think so. That's for fire, but not for heat.
Not for heat.
Okay. You say?
I say one. You just need one chemical. A molecule degrading will produce heat as it separates into its constituent atoms, right?
Okay.
So I don't need a lot of chemicals to produce any heat.
Yeah, and what is your point?
Well, I'm just saying, I'm going back to Demolish's point, which is that you can go from a very simple state to a more complex state, right? And so to produce energy, if it all it takes is just one chemical, right? And that's a start
you need three basic or essential ingredients to start life. One is energy, the second is the building blocks, materials, and the third is information.
You don't need information.
Yes, you need information. Okay.
So,
back it up.
Do
you know a life form which doesn't use information stored in DNA?
Do you know a rock which doesn't contain information?
Is a rock alive?
That's not an answer.
No, I said you need three ingredients to make life: energy, building blocks, and information. A rock is not alive.
I know.
Yeah, okay.
Do you know of any rocks which contain information?
Well, you need to make a distinction between descriptive or prescriptive information. If you see a rock and you want me to describe it, that is descriptive information, where I give you the information about the weight, the size, the kind of materials that constitutes that rock, and so forth. That is descriptive information.
And same thing with DNA, right? That is descriptive.
No,
I can describe the DNA.
Yes, you can describe DNA, right. But what is the function of DNA?
By itself?
Yeah, what is the function of DNA?
DNA has no function by itself.
Of course,
it decides. Okay. It decides how things are going to be formed.
Okay, you have the DNA. You have the DNA molecule, but you have also information stored in the DNA, which is the sequence of nucleotides, which is complex and specified.
Well, I
And
have a
that
sequence
sequence,
for every rock. You have a sequence of molecules, right?
yes, but a rock doesn't specify or
It's highly
dictate the
specified. Every
making.
single rock you see is highly specified. It's actually
Okay.
probably more specified than any DNA molecule.
Okay, what means specified in the context that you are using?
Same as yours, right?
No, I'll explain to you. The sequence of nucleotides in DNA dictates the sequence of amino acids, which constitutes a protein. So you have a direct relationship between the sequence of nucleotides, which is transcribed and translated, and
So
then
what does specified mean?
the specification means the sequence which is not regular. It is unregular, and it is specific because it dictates the sequence of amino acids, which then will fold when they are polymerized into 3D
That's
form
exactly true
and
about my
make
rock.
no,
Everything you just
because
said is
rocks.
true about my rock.
Well, I've never seen a rock producing the kind of information to make something else, which then has a function. Do you
Well,
have
that's
an
not what
example?
specified meant to you. Specified just meant, I don't know. It's specified seemed pretty vague because.
Okay, I can
definition?
maybe use another word for you to understand what I mean.
Okay.
I am as a professional machine designer. So if my boss comes to me and tells me, I need that you design and invent a machine for a specific purpose.
Okay.
So I will have to sit down on the drawing table, and then I will have to think of the problem solving, how I can bring together materials with specific sizes, different interacting parts, eventually which require energy, to make a machine which then will have the specific function which I pretend to create. Okay, so that blueprint, it has instructional assembly information which dictates how to make a machine for a specific function.
Right.
That information is equivalent to specified complex information.
Yeah, so my rock has a specific arrangement of molecules and atoms in it. Very specific, okay? Highly specific, okay? Now, if I want to create a rock that looks exactly like my rock, I will have to understand the specific complexity of my rock and the specific arrangement of atoms and molecules in my rock in order to recreate a rock that looks precisely like my rock.
So you want a replication of the rock?
No, I want a rock that is specified to be like my rock.
If you don't mind me saying so, Sample Pack, you guys are actually speaking past each other, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And I think that's happening because Otangelo is talking about information contained within a thing, and you're talking about information as an observation about a thing.
That's why I made a distinction between prescriptive and descriptive information. When I am talking about descriptive information, then let's suppose I have a rock in front of me and you are telling me, describe the rock. Then I will take a piece of paper, I will observe that rock, and I will say it has, it weighs 50 kilograms, it has a diameter of 1 meter, it is of that kind of silicon made, and so forth. And then you give me the paper, and there I will have a description of that rock. That is descriptive information. Okay. But if I am giving you a blueprint which describes exactly a house to build, then that information prescribes or dictates, gives information in order for someone to make the 3D thing of that information in that blueprint. So there is an equivalence one-to-one between the description on the blueprint and the physical object.
No, wait. Otangelo, you just said the same thing twice. You said rock and house, and you used exactly the same example. Okay?
Well, because
but perhaps it would be better if you said something like, describe a house from the outside, versus being in the house and taking it apart and seeing what's made of it, what it's made of. Sorry, bad word usage. That would be the difference there.
Yeah, I agree with you. That
But
is
there's
also
nothing
true.
there's nothing in DNA which describes a human. You can't read human from DNA.
Yeah, but why is that so? Because in reality, there is much more than just genetic information. There is also epigenetic information, and
No, but
there
that's not
are
what I'm
over.
talking about. That what I'm saying is that the DNA is functional. It's not descriptive. It's not prescriptive. It doesn't prescribe, right?
Well, well. I mean, 1 or
It's a
2%
machine.
is, well. Listen,
The-
1 or 2% in the human genome is information which dictates the making of proteins. And that is prescriptive information because it dictates the making of proteins. It dictates the sequence of amino acids that these proteins need to have. So you
But
cannot
it doesn't
build a
do that
protein.
either. It doesn't prescribe it. It just is. It just does. Right? When certain amino acids and certain ribosomes bond to the DNA, right? They naturally chemically form new
Ribosomes
amino
bond
acids.
to ribosomes
Not
bond to
ribosomes,
the
whatever
DNA.
whatever the things are that hold it. I forget what they're called. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Okay, you need to make a protein. How do you start?
You have all the synthases and all the other amylases or whatever that kind of grab onto the DNA. They unzip it.
Do
They
you
grab
know
other
what?
amino acids. They bond to it.
Do you know what the um, how do you say that? The central dogma of biology is.
No, I don't think that there is a central dogma of biology.
Yes, you can Google it after our conversation. The central dogma is that information flows from DNA to RNA to proteins. Okay?
Okay.
So, what happens? You have information stored in DNA. Okay? That information is transcribed to messenger RNA through the RNA polymerase. Okay?
When you say information is transcribed, what do you mean?
The nucleotides in DNA, they are transcribed. They store in a specific sequence of nucleotides, which is transcribed to messenger RNA.
Okay.
That messenger RNA then is translated through the genetic code in the ribosome to make proteins.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you have at the beginning a specified complex sequence of nucleotides, which is the DNA molecule, which is the chromosomes. Okay, so it is that specified complex sequence of nucleotides which dictates the assembly of that specified complex sequence of amino acids, which is polymerized in the ribosome to make proteins.
Okay, now stop right there. That's great. Stop right there, you guys, and talk about why that specified code is prescriptive.
It is prescriptive because it conveys information, it conveys the making of proteins, which then have a specific function in the cell. And that sequence, it is not regular, it is highly unlikely in a huge sequence space of different possible sequences which are not functional, and you need a very specific
I don't believe that.
functional
I think
sequence.
it's likely.
Yeah, that's fact. I'm not talking here about speculation or something. You have, for example, a string of 100 amino acids, and you have for each amino acid 20 possible amino acids that you can choose from. But it is only one of these 20 amino acids at the right position and then lined up in a sequence where you then have, in the end, eventually a fold which will provide you a protein which then has a function. And you can make the calculation. You have 1 to 10 to the 130th power of different possible sequences which are not functional.
But what
And
happens
most
with each of those functions? Doesn't selection take out those things that aren't functional?
Well, first of all, when we are talking about the origin of life, you don't have natural selection,
Yes, we
and you
do.
need a no, you
Suppose
don't.
I have a genetic sequence that randomly, a DNA sequence that randomly appears, right?
Well, at the beginning, you don't have genes, you don't have DNA, you don't have amino acids, you don't have
Suppose I have an RNA
phospholipids.
sequence.
Well, you don't have RNA at the beginning. You need to make RNA. The cell synthesizes RNA, and no prebiotic route to make RNA is known.
You don't think anything analogistic to RNA could be created naturally?
Well, the thing is that RNA is a complex specified molecule made of 3 parts of the base of the ribose
Let's
and the
ignore that it's
phosphate.
specified, right? Let's just say like a random sequence. Do you think a random sequence of RNA could be generated naturally?
No, because you can't. There is no known route of prebiotic polymerization of RNA. What is often claimed is that it could be done on clay with Montmorillonite, but
Right.
that is also something which has been done in the lab, where
Right.
Montmorillonite has been bought from a specific company, purified, and then it is basically a designed setup which was not extant
So you're saying there's no
prebiotically.
natural way. This could not happen naturally, is what you're saying.
Well, the thing is, first of all, you can link the nucleotides at different positions.
Okay, that's
And
fine. I'm talking about a random sequence. I'm not interested in the specific sequence. I'm talking about a random sequence. I don't care the order.
okay,
just wanna know
let's suppose that
completely-
we would have somehow RNAs prebiotically. Okay, and
Okay.
we would
And
we
you
would line
believe
them
that
up
that could
around.
happen? Do you believe that that could happen?
No,
Not at all.
No.
No chance.
well, it has never been demonstrated to be possible.
Yeah, but I'm not asking that. I'm asking could it be?
Theoretically, let's suppose yes, it could be.
Okay, good. Okay. I think it could be that something like RNA or RNA itself could be created out of random natural means, right? Either lightning strikes the ground, however it happens, right?
Well, there is no evidence for this because what we know is that, for example, ribose, which is the backbone of RNA, disintegrates in 40 days. You
Okay.
have to make ribose. You can have also other different isomeric forms. You can have, rather than a molecule with 5 carbons, you can have one with 6 or with 4 carbons.
Totally.
And
yeah. Anything could happen.
and the thing is, you need actually to have maybe millions of nucleotides
Sure.
all the same. And how do you get that if you can have any kind of different molecules prebiotically? You need to select those which then would be used to start the polymerization and the biochemical reactions.
So you are saying that it could happen or not? I don't know.
Well, yeah, I said hypothetically it could
Okay.
happen, but if we are talking about a real life scenario, then it is extremely unlikely that it would ever happen for
Okay, good.
several reasons.
Okay, good. So it's very unlikely.
Yes,
Okay.
I would say it is in the realm of the impossible. And Kern Smith, he made a statistical calculation, and he said that it would the statistical probability would be in the realm of the impossible.
Yeah, I mean, I would say the same thing about God, so it doesn't really mean anything to me, right?
Okay.
So, like, your credence in RNA forming is probably my credence in God, right? It's probably about the same.
Okay.
So,
I mean, one of the propositions has to be true. Either God made RNA or he didn't, right?
yeah, but
So if one of the two possibilities is excluded because it is incredibly unlikely or maybe in the realm of the impossible, whatever is left is true.
No.
Well, if you have two propositions,
Yeah, if it's a true
one is
dichotomy,
that
I agree.
one intelligence was involved in creating RNA, DNA, life, and in the other not.
Okay.
Your
Sure.
proposition is that intelligence and the creator was not involved.
Right.
Okay. So if I am telling you that the no God hypothesis is too unlikely in
I'm
the
telling you that
realm
the
of
God hypothesis is way unlikely. It's way more unlikely.
well, based on what would you say that?
Well, that's an entirely different discussion, right?
Well, but I mean, this is relevant because I am telling you with scientific evidence, because in over 70 years,
I'll give you
science.
epistemic evidence if you like epistemic evidence. I mean, I can't really test God, right?
No, we can't test God. We cannot
Okay, so I
test.
can't test
We,
God.
we don't know what happened.
So I can't give
Back
you
then,
scientific
because
evidence, right, against God because I can't test him, right?
well, you know, the thing is that I start from that contrast. We know what intelligence can do. Intelligence can make
Aren't you
building
testing
blocks.
God by doing this in yourself, right? By trying to reason to God, aren't you testing him yourself?
No, I am just trying to find out what is most probably true in regards of origins.
But don't you think God already gave you enough evidence? Like, why do you even need this?
I don't need it, but I am talking to, I don't know what, are you an atheist? Are you an agnostic? Are you a theist? What are you?
I believe in a morally neutral God.
Okay, so you are a theist.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you're a theist, obviously what I am telling you is more kind of a thought experiment because I don't have to give you good reasons because you already believe, right?
No, I am not very confident.
Okay, so you want to increase your confidence that God exists?
Not necessarily. I'd be fine with decreasing it as well.
Yeah, but you want to know what is true, right?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. So, what is your epistemological framework in order to find the right answer to these questions of origins?
I go where the evidence takes me.
Excuse me?
I follow the evidence.
Okay, you follow the evidence. Okay, so would you agree that there are three good methods to come to good conclusions? One is science, the other is philosophy, and the third is theology.
No, I wouldn't agree with that.
Okay, what do you think would be a good epistemological framework in order to come to good conclusions, to most case adequate or certain conclusions about what is true?
I believe that if you can predict the future, then the epistemology from which you can predict the future reliably is most accurate.
Yeah, that is the scientific method where we create hypotheses and test them and see if they withstand scrutiny or not. The thing
Right.
is that you cannot do that with God. And you
Why
cannot
not?
do that, well, because when we are talking about events, for example, in the past, often they are unique events. We don't see God creating life today.
Right.
So, what we can do is look around us and then try to make sense of it. We can use science as a tool to investigate different scientific things like biology, biochemistry, chemistry, physics, astronomy, and so forth. And when we have that evidence, then we can try to make sense of this information and see where it leads to. And
Right.
what I do is I make the contrast between intelligence and non-intelligence. We know what intelligence can do, and we know what non-intelligence is not capable of doing.
I
And
disagree. You don't know that. You think you know it.
well, yeah, I mean, do you know what, for example, do you know things that we know intelligence can do that non-intelligence cannot do? I can give you
No.
several examples. I have a list of 14 different examples. One, for example, is creating a concept.
I don't even.
Non-intelligence. Okay, so
You can't falsify that. How could you show that a rock can't create concepts?
can a rock think?
Yes.
How do you know that?
Well,
Have
you
you
can't
ever
prove me
seen?
wrong.
That's an argument from ignorance.
I know. So is the God argument. It's just the
No,
same.
no,
Your
it's
argument
not.
is exactly the same. You say
No,
there are
it's
things
not.
that.
No, it's
How
not.
can
I
you? How can
explain
you
you.
prove? Can you prove that a dog thinks?
No, I cannot prove you that.
That is exactly what I'm saying. It's the same as the rock.
What you are doing, you are using an argument from ignorance, while in contrast, I am saying we know by our own experience what intelligence can do. For
You
example,
can't use your
I
experience
can.
to just. You're just saying inductively.
Why can I not use my experience to make inferences using an argument from analogy? Why can I not do that?
Because an argument from analogy isn't a proof, right? So you're saying that rocks can't
No,
think.
we
You're
are
saying
not
rocks
talking
cannot
about
form a
proofs.
concept. You said rocks
So
cannot
let's
form a concept. How do you know that a
okay.
rock could not form a concept?
Okay, so let's first agree on that. When we are talking about ultimate origins or ultimate reality, about anything that exists beyond the physical universe,
You can't even
nobody of
speak of
us.
it. You don't even know that it exists.
Yeah, let me finish, and you will see where I want to go with this. Nobody of us has access to ultimate reality, to what exists or does not exist beyond the physical universe, correct?
I don't know that there is anything beyond the physical universe.
Yes, but what I am saying, we cannot know with absolute certainty if there is or if there is not
I agree.
something
We cannot
beyond the
know if
physical
we cannot know
universe.
if there's anything other than the physical universe.
Right, exactly. We don't know if there are higher dimensions besides the dimensions that
Well, other
we know.
dimensions would be physical, probably.
Well, whatever. There are things that we cannot sense, that we just don't know. We don't know if there are multiverses. We don't know if there
Those would still be
is or
physical.
yeah, but we don't know if other universes beyond ours exist. We cannot
Right. But they would be physical.
detect
They
that.
do.
Right. So what I want to say with this is that when it comes to ultimate reality, all we can do is use inference to the best explanation to what most likely is true. We are never talking about proofs. Nobody has proofs in regards to ultimate reality.
Okay.
So that's when we put two competing worldviews on the table and compare them to each other and look which one has more um, explanatory power to explain our existence. And in
Right.
one there is intelligence, and in the other is no intelligence. These are
Right.
the two competing hypotheses. Whatever unbeliever in God you come up with, he will never agree that at the bottom of reality there is an intelligent, powerful, eternal creator. That's what they deny,
Right.
right? And
Right.
that is our proposition as theists, that at the bottom of reality there is such a being. So that we make a contrast between what intelligence can do and what non-intelligence cannot do. That is a great method to make a distinction and evaluate the two propositions against each other to come to an informed conclusion to what makes most sense.
But you seem to give non-intelligence very little credence. Like you don't seem to think that non-intelligence can do nearly anything.
Well, we can test what non-intelligence can do, and I can give you an example. We were talking about polymerization and amino acids, and for example, an average-sized protein has about 300 amino acids. But let's just take one with 100 amino acids. And in each amino acid position, you have 20 different amino acids to choose from, and one of these 20 has Beer's function. It conveys function once the amino acid chain is assembled and folded, and you will have in the end a functional protein. So in each of these 100 positions, you have 20 different amino acids to choose from. And you don't have an intelligence, then you are basically dependent on unguided, non-intelligent, random shuffling in order eventually to come up with a functional sequence in a huge size of sequence
I don't
space.
believe that's how it works.
I'm sorry?
I don't believe you. That's not how. I don't believe that's how it works.
No, what I am saying, these are the two possible mechanisms. In one, you have intelligence, which
But I
directs.
don't think that there's 20 different possibilities on which it can fold every which way. I don't believe that.
Well, in life, there are 20 amino acids used, in some cases 22. So this is a fact. It's undisputable.
No, I believe that part, that there are 20, but I don't believe that any choice is it could be random. I don't believe that it could be randomly determined. I believe that there is a natural mechanism which selectively chooses ones.
Yeah, you don't have natural selection before you have DNA replication and before you have
No, I
life.
do believe that there are other natural means which aren't natural selection that do
Well,
select
well,
things.
you would have to invoke physical necessity. That means that somehow amino acids, they are physically constituted in a way that they have preference
Yes.
to join to other amino acids.
Yes.
But that is actually not the case neither in amino acids nor in nucleotides. Because if that would be the case, you couldn't have a semantophoretic molecule which stores actually information. You need to have it freely, and any combination has to be possible in order to have information. And that is actually what is the case.
I don't believe that.
Chemically, there is no preference of nucleotides. They can be freely sequenced and chosen.
I don't necessarily believe that.
Well, that's not if you believe it or not. That's a fact. If you don't have,
I mean, I'd have to see evidence for it because I don't know. I haven't seen any evidence for that.
well, I can after our conversation send you a link with the science, and you can look it up. But I give you here an analogy. Let's suppose you have an alphabet of 26 letters.
Okay.
You choose these letters to write a sentence.
Mm-hmm.
And it's your mind which chooses the letters to make that sentence. So it is not physical necessity that is conveyed to make a meaningful sentence with some letters that are laying around.
I disagree.
Okay? Well, have you ever? Well, do you think that Hamlet has been written by chance?
No, but I believe it could be.
Yeah, and what is the statistical probability? That's the question.
Actually, I believe it's more or less determined.
Well, there is no physical necessity for a specific sequence of a book to come together. We have millions of different books with different sequences, and there is
Right, but each
nothing
of them were determined.
physical. Well, obviously, we only know of authors which write books. We have never seen a book just self-assemble and then providing a meaningful information, a romance.
No,
or
I'm not
whatever
saying
it
books
is.
self-assemble. I'm saying that they were determined by chemical and physical necessity. That the
And why would chemicals do that?
Well, I mean, that's how brains work. Brains are chemical and physical.
Well, we are moving obviously now to a different topic, but in the end,
No,
it is
I'm
a
saying that
mind. In the
No,
end, you can say it's the brain or the mind, whatever you want. But what I am
I'm saying the
saying
brain, not the mind.
are you a monist or a dualist?
I don't know. I'm not a dualist. No.
Yeah, but you're a theist, right?
Yeah.
So you believe that the mind is distinct to the brain, or do you think that the brain produces consciousness and thought?
I believe that the brain produces consciousness and thought.
So you're a monist then?
Sure.
So how have you ever observed that matter has suddenly started to comprehend things, math and logic and language and recognizing beauty?
I've never witnessed. I mean, I've witnessed brains do it. So yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, if you are a monist, you would have to believe that matter can produce consciousness
I do.
in either
Yeah.
through evolution or
Yeah, I
through
do.
just by natural means. Well,
I
has
do.
that ever been? Do you know what the problem of consciousness is? The hard problem of consciousness?
No.
Yeah, you can look that up after our conversation. Science doesn't have any explanation whatsoever how matter could eventually produce consciousness. That's
But
called the hard problem of consciousness.
sure, that's fine, but it doesn't matter because it's what I believe, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can hold to a blind belief, but it's not
No,
rational
it's an
because it's
informed
blind.
belief. No, it's informed.
Well, you have no information how that
I
could
do have
happen by natural
information.
means.
I see it
What
every
is
day.
it?
I see people that have brains in them. I don't see any evidence for minds. I only see evidence for brains.
Yes, but you have to explain how a first brain could have first have had no consciousness and intelligence and then started to produce consciousness. We have never observed
Through
this transition to
electrochemical
happen.
processes.
Yes, but there is no evidence that this is possible.
I mean, every brain is evidence of it. Just
Well,
look
the thing
around.
is, how did the first brain, which didn't have consciousness, or maybe the first neuron, um,
Consciousness is
assembled?
just an elaborate word for electrochemical processes that happen in brains.
How do you know that?
That's
How
what
do
I
you know
understand it
that
to
your
be.
thoughts? Yeah, but where is your evidence?
Well, you're the one telling me that consciousness is something other than it. So I'm not making the claim. I'm saying that all I see for consciousness is electrochemical processes in brains, and you're telling me there's something more. You and I
Right,
both agree on the same fundamentals that
hmm
brains have electrochemical processes and these produce
right.
consciousness. So we both agree. You're just saying that there's one more
No, I
thing.
don't agree with that. Since the beginning, I said I am a dualist, and I think that thoughts are distinct to the brain. There are
So
in
what does the
substance,
brain
two
do?
different things.
According to you, what does the brain do?
Oh, it has different functions. It
But the
regulates.
brain does not produce consciousness, according to you.
I believe that consciousness and the brain, they are operating, they are very strongly interconnected together, but they are two distinct entities. There is the physical, the matter, neurons, and there is consciousness, which in substance is not equal, it is different than matter.
What is consciousness to you?
What is consciousness? Let me give you a list here. I'll read that to you, okay? Just a minute. Okay. Consciousness englobes the mind, qualia intellectual activity, calculating, thinking, forming abstract ideas, imagination, introspection, cognition, memories, awareness, experiencing, intentions, free volition, free creation, invention, generation of information. It classifies, recognizes, and judges behavior, good and evil. It is aware of beauty and feels sensations and
What are you
emotions.
reading from?
I'll give you the link. That's from my library.
So you're not like quoting anyone in particular?
No, that's just my write-up.
Okay, so that's just your own definition.
Yeah, that's my
Okay,
definition.
so that's not necessarily a definition that other people would agree with.
Yeah, correct. That's what
Okay.
I understand with it. Just
Because I see several definitions of consciousness, and none of that talks about beauty.
yes, that's why I'm saying that is my definition. Okay.
Right. I see the
So
state of being awake and aware of one's surroundings, an awareness or
maybe,
perception.
well, maybe I'll just put it here in the on the screen so everyone can.
I don't think that this is not what I mean by conscious. If that's what you mean by conscious, then it sounds pretty esoteric.
Yeah. So let me just quick putting the second point. Hard objects are never observed spontaneously to transform themselves into abstract ideas. To
What about a
ascribe to
brain? A brain is a hard object. Well, not super hard, but
Yeah, brain is made of neurons, but where are your thoughts located in the brain?
in a collection of neurons, a particular collection.
Yes, but if you open your brain, can you show me these thoughts where they are
Yes,
exactly
I
where they
can.
are located?
I can. Yeah. Mhm.
I've never seen that. Do you have a science paper or something like that? Which,
Yeah, like if you look at like an fMRI or anything like that, you can see when someone's thinking about certain things, certain areas they'll brain light up, right? So that collection of neurons that are lighting up through electrochemical processes, that is the thought, right?
well, I disagree. These are the reaction of your thoughts. The brain reacts based on your
No, those
thoughts,
are the
but they are not the
pre-reaction. No, the
thoughts. They
thought,
are
those come before the thought, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is a difficult topic, and I think that thoughts, imagination, and all these things which I just listed prior, they are not of material substance.
But you have no evidence for a mind beyond brains.
That's correct.
Okay. So then
But you don't have evidence either that um, matter somehow can, uh, or that
I have
cells
every
can.
brain that ever exists. Every brain.
Yes, but you do not have evidence of the transition from non-conscious neurons to neurons which produce consciousness.
Yes, I do. I can take a non-living brain, a dead brain, and possibly shock it into consciousness, right?
That has never been demonstrated.
I mean, you can take quote unquote like, brain dead people, right? And they have come back to life, quote unquote, right? Whatever that means. There's tons of examples of this.
Yes, but they were alive prior, right?
Well, but then they died, right? And then they came back to life, right?
Yes, but a brain which never was conscious to start with and then became conscious, that has never been demonstrated by an
Well, where do you
evolutionary
suppose I get this
transition.
brain? Where do I get a brain? Where do I get a brain that was never associated with
Well,
life?
of course, you have your brain. I mean, your dad and mom, they had the brain already. You are their child, and there is that whole chain. But what we actually want to understand is if there was a state of affairs where there was a brain which was not conscious and
Can you
lived
describe to me?
non-conscious.
Could you describe to me a most minimal state of consciousness? Like, what would be the smallest example of something that is conscious?
Well, since I think that consciousness is singular, it cannot be reduced in a more
I mean,
primitive
like
state.
so think
You
about
cannot
like different
split
animals.
consciousness.
Like, do you think like a dog is conscious?
I don't know if a dog is conscious.
I say yes. I say it's an easy yes to me.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I can
Right?
go with that.
Okay, what about a cat, right? Cat seems
Yeah,
conscious.
okay.
What about a bird? Bird conscious?
Let's
Okay.
go with conscious. Yeah.
What about an insect? Do you think spiders are conscious?
Let's say they are conscious.
Okay. And what about an ant? Is an ant conscious?
Maybe.
Okay. And what about like bacterium?
Let's suppose it's conscious.
Okay. So if I take,
I don't know. I don't know because it doesn't have neurons, right?
well, I don't know because nothing conforms to your definition either, right? Your definition is
Well,
extremely esoteric.
the thing is, if consciousness would be the product of the brain of neurons,
Uh-huh.
if you split a brain in two, you don't have two consciousnesses in one and the other side.
Oh, I think you do actually.
Yeah. These experiments have been done. I mean, in the link that I provide, I can give you another link. They have done these experiments, and
They seem to
the,
have two
the consciousness is non-divisible.
I disagree. When you split, when you go to the split brain examples, you see that one side of the like draws one thing and the other side draws another thing, right?
Here, I have here even some science papers, Split Brain, Divided Perception, but Undivided Consciousness from 2017. People with half their brains removed do well on psych tests. Yeah, I mean, there is an entire branch of scientific investigation in these topics. I
I
should
think
put
I
that
think
in the
most of
chat.
consciousness is really about perception of your environment.
Yeah.
Would you disagree with that?
Well, as I gave you a more um, exhaustive description of what I think constitutes consciousness.
Right. But you also agreed that a bacterium is conscious, right?
I don't know. I mean, a bacterium hasn't neurons, so I really don't have an answer to that question.
But I don't think you need neurons. I think you just need certain physiochemical processes, right? Or
Maybe
electrochemical
it's just
processes.
signaling pathways. I really
Right.
don't know. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think consciousness is just signaling pathways that relate to a perception of one's environment.
Yeah, it is a difficult topic, and I think there are many open questions. Obviously, I don't know more than anyone, and I mean, some believe that the mind is an emergent property from the brain.
Right.
I don't believe so. I am actually not even a dualist. I would say that I am a trialist. That means I believe that there is physical matter, there is consciousness of humans, and then there is a higher consciousness or intelligence of God, which we don't have access to.
All right. Well, if you want to change topics, I have a question for you. Why my God is morally neutral and seems not to care about humanity and the state of affairs in the universe?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if that is true, then basically we can do whatever we want because there is no consequence from a deity
right. There's
in
no
regards of our affairs. The only consequence is if I commit a crime is that maybe I am caught and I pay penalty, prison, or
yeah.
whatever.
The deity doesn't. He doesn't care, but humans care. But the deity does not.
Yeah, right. So how do you come to that position or view?
Well, I take a lot of the theistic arguments. They make a lot of sense to me, but no theistic argument gets me from creator to Christianity. So I think that all the theistic arguments, they work for my God, and they don't really work for Christianity. And so I kind of just say, it must be that everything was created, but he's kind of morally neutral, so to speak.
Yeah. I mean, this is an entirely different topic. Why is Christianity true? Of course, there are many different other considerations.
Well, I guess I was just trying to figure out, is there anything that separate, like, is there anything that would say, like, oh no, it must be that this can't be, right? That this God doesn't exist, as opposed to other gods, right? The fine tuning, for instance, right? Fine tuning works for God, but it doesn't work for a specific God. But I think I think that the many gods that exist, they're better explained under the idea that my God doesn't care about anything.
Yeah, I mean, most of the teleological, maybe all teleological arguments, they do not lead you to a specific deity. They do not lead you necessarily to Christianity. Actually, I believe that the fact that the universe had a cause gives us, permits us to make logical inferences about what that deity or that cause must be. And I've made a video on this, and I believe that it logically leads to the God of the Bible, not to Christianity, but to the God of the Bible, because the God of the Bible, I believe so, because the way the Bible describes God, it is coincident with the characteristics that cause must have in order to create the universe. I
But
can give you a link. You can look it up after
yeah,
our
the
conversation
problem is
if
that
you're
my
interested.
theology says that, you know, your book was probably written by my God, right?
Well, if the Bible was written by your God, then your God is the God of the Bible.
No, you got it wrong. Like, my God is a kind of like a morally neutral, almost like trickster in some sense. Like, he doesn't care. Like, he's so ambivalent. He just kind of does whatever he wants, sort of thing. So not only did he write the Bible, but he probably wrote the Quran as well, right? He wrote all the other religious texts, right?
Yeah, but it
So
can also be that these other different religious texts were just invention by man, right?
yeah, but they're all influenced, I think, by my God.
And you have evidence for this?
Yeah, I mean, you just look at the amount of people that have converted to their religions through their, you know, deceitful ways of my God.
Yeah, but how is that evidence? I mean, that is just because there is a certain number of people which have been convinced by a certain religious book. Does that make that book true, or that it was written by the God that you propose?
No, I'm saying that I guess what I'm trying to say is that it seems more likely. It's an inference to the best explanation, right? My God is more likely than all the other gods because he fulfills all of the criteria in a sufficient manner.
So why are there uh, moral sense? Why do we have a moral sense? Why did your God create humans with the moral sense? Because if he is indifferent in regards of that, we should so be too. Why are we not
Oh no, he doesn't.
indifferent?
He didn't create us to look like him at all. He just, you know, he's morally neutral. It's kind of, you know, trickster. Like he doesn't even care, right? We could be morally neutral. We can do whatever, you know.
And how do you know that?
How do I know? How do I know what?
That your God is morally indifferent.
Well, I can just observe it. It doesn't seem like he cares, right?
Yeah, how do you know that he doesn't care?
Well, I look around and I see he's not intervening in anything, and you know, nothing. You know, I don't see
Yeah,
any
but
consequences.
if your deity is also responsible to inspire the authors of these religious books, then he
Mhm.
inspired them too to write moral codes like the Ten Commandments. That seems to me then that he actually does care about
No, I
morality.
think that the morality is just kind of like it just kind of ends up being right. Like it's not hard to come up with like a moral system where you're like, oh, I don't want to, you know, like I don't want to be hurt, for instance, right? So if I don't go around hurting people, then it's unlikely that someone's going to hurt me back, right? So it's easy to come up with morality that way.
Yeah, but for example, the Ten Commandments, the first three are also about loving God, about not having idols, just believing in the God of the Bible, which
Yeah, but those
also
aren't
has
very
to do
moral at
something.
all.
Well, but that also has to do with morality. If you ask,
Not
Christ
really.
said that the first command
How does
is
loving
to
God have to
love.
do with morality?
Well, the first command which was asked, which it was to Christ, he said, love God with all your heart, with all your strength, and all your forces, and then
That's
love
not
your next
morality to
as
me.
yourself. Well, Christ sees that as also a moral duty that we love God.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's just deceptive, right?
Well, that's not subjective. That's the most foremost command in the Bible is that we love God.
Yeah, that seems like the opposite of morality, right? Like the
Well,
first
would you
as the
say,
first thing to do is love God. That is not morality, right? That's like the first thing to morally do would just be like, I don't know, not hurt other people or something like that, right?
who defines what is moral and what is not moral?
I think that I mean, you kind of do it for yourself.
Okay, so it's people, or is it God that defines what is moral?
I don't think anyone defines it. I think it's kind of like a natural, like it's like a logical conclusion.
A logical conclusion. So the Nazis, they thought that sending Jews to gas chambers
Well, they were
was
wrong,
more
right?
was well, but were they wrong based on a logical thought,
Yeah.
or
Yeah,
and
they're
what
logically
was
wrong.
and what is the how is the logic wrong?
Well, because logically, right, they lost the war, right, and they got punished for it, right? So if they logically wanted to avoid the consequences of their actions, then they wouldn't have taken the actions in the first place.
Yeah, so let's give another example. In Papua New Guinea, it is morally good that the tribe goes, hunts the witch of a neighbor tribe,
Right.
kills that witch, and then eats that, cannibalizes that witch, which they think that annihilates the witchcraft of that witch.
Yeah, they're wrong.
Okay, so how is that logically wrong?
Well, they're not thinking about the logic of their actions, right?
Well, it's positive for them because the witch, once the witch is eaten, she loses the power to do witchcraft, and they suffer less harm. That's what they believe.
Right. But like but clearly the other people are harmed by it, right? So like to morally not harm, like if you didn't want to harm them, then that would be a good thing, right?
Yeah, but they think that it is not harmful, but it is
No,
actually.
I think that they know it. They know that it's harmful. They're wrong. They know it's harmful.
Well, how do they know it? Based on what? How
Well,
do
they
you
can
know?
see it when they kill someone. They know it's harmful.
Well, no, because they
You
are
think
killing
they're like,
someone.
oh, I killed someone. It's not harmful. No, of course they know it's harmful.
Well, but they think it is actually a good thing.
They
That's
might
why
think it's good for themselves, but they don't think it's
yes, they think it's
right. But
good for
that's
their
not
tribe.
morality. That's not morality, though.
Yes, but who defines what is actually good and wrong?
No one. It's a logical conclusion.
Yeah, but you have not given me a substantiation why it is logically wrong.
I mean, you're taking like random tribes and you're saying like, oh, these guys must be the arbiters of logic. Of course, they're not logically thinking. We don't know anything about logic.
So let me give you another example, which was given by Matt Slick, and
Okay,
that
I
is
don't know why
actually
I would go with
something.
Matt Slick, but okay.
Yeah, but this is something which actually even happened here in Brazil.
Okay.
There were women which were having a Caesar to have a newborn, a child. Okay,
Okay.
and these women they had anesthesia. They were anesthetized
Okay.
during the procedure, and during that procedure, the anesthetist he raped the woman.
Okay.
Okay, he made oral sex with the woman. Now,
Okay.
the woman, she didn't have any consequences because she was in coma.
No, there was a
Nobody saw.
consequence.
Well, uh, she. I mean, we don't. Nobody knows how many times that he did do that. But
But
the
there are
woman, she
consequences, right?
didn't. She was in coma. She didn't suffer any kind of psychological harm. She didn't suffer any
Wait, how do you
kind
know
of
that?
physical harm.
How do you know she didn't
Well,
suffer psychological?
because she was in coma, she didn't
But
perceive anything
afterwards,
that.
knowing the fact afterwards, doesn't she suffer?
No, they didn't know. I mean, the last woman was the event was filmed, and that's how they catch the guy. But the woman, she didn't know what happened because she was in coma.
Do you think
Because
her
he did,
consent was violated?
of course. I mean,
Okay, so then there was harm, right? By violating
yeah,
someone's
but
consent, you intrinsically harm them.
well, but she didn't have any feelings. She didn't know what was happening with her. She didn't suffer any physical harm.
Do you think
Okay,
violation of
and
consent is a harm?
she didn't have to give her consent because she didn't even know what was happening with
Well,
her.
that's
She
all the more
was in
reason she should
coma.
have. But that doesn't mean she doesn't have to give consent.
Well,
It
the
means she
guy
can't give
who
consent.
the,
But
the
then all the
guy
more reason.
who the guy who made it, she, as I said, she didn't suffer in any way or form, neither physically nor psychologically, because she was in coma. So she didn't have any harm whatsoever. And if it wouldn't have been filmed and actually discovered, nobody would have known. So, what makes that act immoral?
The violation of her consent.
But she didn't even be.
It's not about harm. It's
conscious.
not about harm. It's not about harm. It's about the violation of consent.
Okay, so if someone would do that with a dead body,
With what?
what about that? With a dead body?
With a dead body? I don't know. You're saying that, so you like a necrophilia sort of thing?
Yeah.
And I don't know. I don't know what did the, do you think when the person was alive, would they have wanted it?
She's not alive. The person isn't alive
No,
anymore.
when they were alive, would they have wanted that done to their body?
Of course not.
Okay. So I
But
think,
the person isn't alive anymore.
right. So I'm not sure how long after death should we respect that person's wishes.
Yeah. You know, secular morality always says we can use a standard by saying you shouldn't harm someone else, right? And if you don't harm someone else, then it is morally acceptable. But what I want to do to show with the examples that I gave, that even if a person isn't harmed in a case like this, obviously it is not moral to behave.
I don't know that that's the
these
case.
senses.
I don't know that that's the case. Suppose that before this person's death, that they said you can do whatever you want with my body, then I don't think that there is a problem.
Yeah, but that is something which is just your opinion, right? Or is that universally true?
No, I think it's universally true. If they were consenting before their death, then I think it's okay. But without knowing,
but who establishes that it is universally true?
it's a logical conclusion.
What if I disagree with you?
Well, you're welcome to disagree, but you'd be wrong.
And based on what would I be wrong?
Based on the logical conclusion, right? Based on the logic.
Yes, but I could say my logical conclusion is more logical than yours.
Well, you'd be wrong. I'm sorry.
But based on what do you say that?
Well, you're not.
I could say
exactly
exactly the same. I could say exactly the same thing. I think you are wrong based on your logic.
I mean, it looks like what I'm going on is a consent principle right now, right?
Okay, so if I have the consensus of a large number
They're
of
not
people.
consensus, consent.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but consent is also opinion.
No. How is consent opinion?
I am giving you a permission.
Okay.
Or a consent, but if you violate it, based on what moral standard is it wrong to violate my consent?
Based on the logical conclusion.
Yeah, but what is logic?
What do you mean, what is logic?
What is the meaning of logic?
I mean, I guess what you're trying to say is that, like, your morality is axiomatic. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I mean, I could talk about my worldview. I believe that morals emanate from God, but that's not what we are talking about. It's precisely about the quest is based on what is something moral. You say it's based on logic, but I think that logic is a category error, because logic has nothing to do with morality. Logic is something which you use to make a meaningful sentence where the structure of the sentence has meaning. It has nothing to do with morality.
What does the word morality mean to you? Maybe we're talking past each other. What is your definition of morality?
Well, there are standards of what is considered good, righteous.
Well, I don't mean
and
are you saying morality is just a chosen standard?
I believe that morality emanates from God's nature, and
But
whatever
is it a
He
standard that
defines,
he
and
chooses?
he defines or creates the standard based on His nature. For
Do you think
example,
that like an
it is
atheist and a theist could agree on the definition of morality?
yes, but why? For the reason that we have an innate understanding of right and wrong. So, for example, it is always wrong in any circumstances to torture, rape, and kill a baby for fun.
I don't believe that. For fun, yes. For fun, yes.
Okay, so we have an objective moral standard.
Why no it's not objective. Well, it might be objective, but why is that? Why is it wrong?
It is wrong because it is harmful to an innocent baby, right?
No, because it violates their consent, right?
Well, a baby doesn't have yet the consciousness to give or not to give a consent.
Right, so we revoke it. But we can also
What?
tell that the baby is not consenting based on the harm, right?
Of course, it will suffer based on the action.
Right. So we presume that the baby would not consent if it could consent, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we both agree that it's consent based.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What if I mean it sounds like if you take your morality from God, right? Then you can't know whether or not an act was not commanded by God or not, right?
Say that again, please.
Suppose someone commits any act, right?
Mm-hmm.
How do you know that whether or not they did that act by God's commandment or by not?
Well, just that they would have to inform. I did X because God commanded it, right?
Sure, but let's say they didn't tell you, right? You
Well,
can't.
then you can't. Well, then you can't know.
Right. So you can't tell whether or not an act is moral or not moral, because God may have
Well,
commanded that thing to be done, right?
well. What does it have to do with God commanding someone to do something or not?
Well,
If I
because if
freely choose to torture a baby for fun, which I mean that is something which I choose to do, and it is wrong in
right,
any circumstance.
right.
Because it is wrong in any circumstance, independently, if someone gives the opinion that it's
But
actually
only
okay to
because you
do
said for
so.
fun. Suppose, okay, here's an example, right? Suppose I'm in a room, okay, and you happen to walk by, right, and you see me in the room, and you see me torturing a baby, right? I'm stabbing it or something, right? And you can't tell whether or not I'm stabbing that baby for fun or because God commanded it, right?
Right.
And so I could be doing that based on God's commandment, right?
Well, I don't believe that God would command to do such thing.
But it could be the case that that's happening, right?
I don't believe that God would command such thing to do.
But you do believe that God has commanded people to kill their children in the past, right?
Yes, in regards of Abraham, but you know that in the end it didn't happen, right?
Right, I know,
He
but it
said,
could be,
"Don't
right?
do
And
it."
maybe he would have stopped me. Maybe he would have stopped me, but I'm about to stab the baby, right?
Yes, but in the end, the act didn't occur.
Right. I'm just saying that you can't tell, right? And people have been killed also by God's commandments, right?
Well, if you are referring to God commanding the Israelites to kill the Canaanites and the Amalekites and so forth, yes.
So it could happen again, right?
Well, I don't believe so, but
Why not? You don't believe God?
Well, these were very specific historical situations, but I don't see anything in the Bible which indicates that God will command us to
What
do
about
such things again. I
what
mean,
about Judgment Day?
it is maybe possible. I don't know, but I mean, why speculate about things that we don't know anything about?
Because you can't know the inner mind of the person in front of you. So you can't know
Okay.
whether or not God is commanding them to do certain things.
Well, as I said, I don't believe in this hypothesis. I don't believe that God acts that way. Just give me a
Right,
minute,
but
please.
there may
Just
be
give me a
grayer.
minute, please.
Okay, yeah.
Just give me a minute. I have to attend my loot. Yeah. Um, I think that what you're saying makes little sense to me because if God would not be a moral God, as you're saying, I see no reason why he would have created beings which are moral like us, you know? And I think that as soon as you create beings with free will, I cannot imagine how that would not go hand in hand
I
with
think you're begging the question though.
free will.
Well, I think you beg the question by saying that God created us with morality, because I don't think morality is inscribed on our hearts or anything. I think it's a conclusion of thinking.
Yeah, I disagree with that.
Do you think if we had other thinking beings that they would come to similar moral conclusions?
Uh, since I believe that God created all creatures, and if he had the intention to make other beings with free will, um, then these other creatures probably also would have to have free will.
What about like I don't know. I mean, it's hard then. Can you even imagine a universe where there are other beings that were created that had these? I don't know.
Well, I can imagine that angels, they had also free will, and Satan and the demons, they rebelled against God, and they were expelled from heaven, and obviously they are now evil entities. So they committed an evil act by trying to remove God from his throne. So that would be an example.
So okay, so I kind of want to go back a little bit because what I was asking about is that you know God, if God commands something, right, then that thing is moral, right?
Yes.
So if God commanded, no matter what God commands, that thing is moral. And if God
Yeah.
commands the slaughtering of the Canaanites or whatever, that was moral.
Yes.
Do you think that can you is it rational to believe that other genocides are due to God's commandments?
Well, I don't know of any outside of the Bible.
That would be that you think that could qualify?
No, but what I believe is that whatever God commands is good because he is good in nature.
But like let's say God commands, right, like that someone save their children from this world by poisoning them, right?
Yeah. I mean, these are hypotheticals which I've been asked before, which I
Right.
think they are not meaningful because um, uh, because they are hypotheticals, you know.
But you
I
don't. But
I
you know. But
prefer,
they're real. But they're real, right? Because people have really done this.
but the question is if God would have commanded them to do this, which is what I
Oh,
think
and you're
it is not.
saying God wouldn't do it, right?
Yeah, I don't.
But
I
that.
think
But
it
that.
is more likely that they had some hallucination or thought that actually God commanded them to do it, but it wasn't God, because I don't think that this is how God acts.
Right. But aren't you presuming to know the mind of God then? And
Well, based on the revelation that we have of God, I am entitled to suspect that certain things God wouldn't command people to commit or to do them.
but like you can't know, right?
Now, of course, I cannot know with absolute certainty,
Do you believe
but
that God like?
you know, I start from the presumption that God is truth, that He reveals truth, that He reveals truthfully about His nature, that He is good, and that all His judgments and decisions that they are good. They are based on His nature, which is good. And since I trust that He is truthful, I can I see no reason to believe that certain things which you are bringing to the table that he would command them.
You don't think He would command them?
Yeah, I don't
But why
think
would
he
He
would
come? I don't
command them.
understand why He would command some of these other things and yet not command the same thing.
Yeah, if you read the Bible, the Old Testament, and the context of what happened, for example, with the Amalekites, then you may understand that he ordered judgment in regards of these people for what they did.
Do you
And
think that God? Do you think that God ordered judgment on the Jews?
many times.
Do you think the Holocaust was one of such judgments?
No.
How do you tell?
Well, that's not something which I can say now with justification. I mean, I can only say what God commanded, which is revealed through the Bible, where He commands judgment because they were unfaithful to Yahweh in the Old Testament. But when we are talking about other things that happened with the Jews, then I have no basis to speculate or to say X or Y because of this and that. Then I see no reason why I should speculate on these topics.
But you're willing to speculate on other topics, right?
Yeah, but on this one, I don't. I prefer not to.
So how do you think God like? Do you think God acts today? Like, do you think He answers prayer?
Sure,
Do you think that God
absolutely.
does? So when God answers prayer, does He like only do good things?
Everything that God does is good.
I guess what I mean by good in that word when I say that is, do you think that God only does good things like according to like a secular person? Like, do you think a secular person would think that?
I think that he does what is good because he is good, because his
I
nature
guess
is good.
like what I'm trying to say is, what I'm trying to say is like, do you think that there's any time where God like exacts judgment nowadays, right? Like he obviously like commanded certain what a secular person would consider to be an atrocity, right? Do you think that he does that nowadays as well? Is my question.
I don't know exactly how God interacts today with the world,
Uh,
so I cannot answer your question.
right, but like, I mean, like obviously you don't know how he acts, but like, do you think that it's like likely? Like, I feel like a lot of people talk about like God like answering their prayers, like curing their cancer, like finding their car keys, but like I don't hear a lot of like you know God commanding the killing of the Amalekites anymore, right? So I don't know that that happens anymore, and I'm I'm wondering, do you think that that happens anymore? Like, do you think that there are any kind of like that sort of thing, like killings or that sort of thing that go on because of God nowadays?
I don't read the mind of God to tell you this and that happened because of this or that motivation of
Right.
God. So
But
I
you do
cannot.
think, like, I guess what I'm saying, like, you're willing to say that, good things happen, like cancer being cured or disease being cured because of God, right?
Yeah,
But you're not willing to say that certain, quote unquote bad things happen because of God, right?
right.
And is that because you're just like unwilling to do that, or why do you think so?
Because I base my faith in what has been revealed to us through the Bible. And the Bible says that if we ask and pray, that God responds prayers. But it is silent when it comes in regards of God punishing us here and now for evil doing. So why should I speculate on something which I don't have any information about? Maybe he does, maybe he does not. I don't know because I have no revelation in the Bible which tells me what the way that God operates.
Do you think that there's like a way to tell? Like, if I look at something, can I be like, oh yeah, that was totally because of God or something?
I think it is always um, dangerous to speculate based on just guesswork, you know.
Do
I
you think
mean,
like, yeah, like if someone's like disease is like their cancer goes into remission or something, do you think it's wrong for them to speculate that it's God?
well, they can do that, but is it meaningful if there is no revelation by God? I mean, it is a high chance that you are actually wrong in what
Right,
you speculate, right?
right, yeah. Do you think that they like, I don't know, should people even, I don't know, in that sense, like, should they even give thanks to God, right?
I think we should give thanks to God for everything.
But I mean, for like that specific thing, right? Like, obviously, you're not like, I assume you're not like going around every day, like every little thing that happens, like you found your car
No,
keys. Thanks God, oh, this
no, thank
sandwich is
God.
really good today. Oh, thanks God. You're not thanking him
No,
for like
no,
literally everything.
no,
Yeah.
no. I see my um, relationship with Christ, with God, um, as with anyone else. It is a relationship um, which is not based on silly things, like as you just said, all the times saying thanks or something like that. No,
Right. So it's
yeah,
like the really important things where you want to thank him.
yeah, sure.
Okay. Do you think like, is there ever a time when he would like I don't know. I guess I go back to the same thing. Like it seems like he's just kind of like a nice friend in your mind. Like it doesn't even seem like he's just seems like someone where you're just like a nice I don't know, like an imaginary friend. Like he just kind of does the nice things and not the non-nice things, right? Like he can do no
That's
wrong.
not how I imagine God. God, He is love, He's loving, He's graceful, but He's also just, and He also punishes. And we see that in the Bible. And I mean, the Bible talks
But,
about hell, which is something which is incomprehensible.
but you don't think he
Why?
punishes on Earth, right? Or you think he does, but you're not willing to speculate on it.
Yeah, I don't like to speculate on things which we do not have information of.
But you
I
will
mean, you
speculate on
see,
the good things.
you see many times there happens a disaster there, here and there, and people speculate, oh, that is a punishment of God.
Right.
I don't think this is intelligent to do.
Yeah. Do you think
Or,
abortion is
or
wrong?
if, or if, yes, absolutely.
Do you think
I
God
think
will punish the abortion?
again, that's not to me for me to say how God acts with each person individually. What I believe that God is just, that He's loving, but
Do you think every abortion is wrong or only some?
no, there are cases where I think abortion is wrong. There was a case now here in Brazil where an 11-year-old was raped, and the judge wanted that she carries out the child, and she didn't want. And they said that's just crazy because the life of that child is in danger if she carries out the baby. So
Mm-hmm.
then the judge was removed from the case and she had her abortion. And I think that was the sensible thing to do because the life of the girl obviously is more valuable than of an unborn.
Right. Well, I'm glad you think that.
Yeah.
I think that's good. I don't know. Do you feel like I think I have to give you a little credit for withstanding Jay's aggression. I think he was a little over the top, but
Yeah. You know, that's how we show the difference when we do not react to certain behaviors.
yeah. Well, I think I think you're one of the few, right? I think that I think that there's a lot in the community that would be, you know, that would belie their or not belie, but they wouldn't act as Christ-like as you did. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, and it wouldn't be helpful if I would react.
No.
It wouldn't. So I just let him play his game, and
Do you
yeah.
think he's deceived being a biologist?
Well, what I see is that some people they think um, they're above everyone else because they have a degree,
Mm-hmm.
and I have no degrees whatsoever, and I
You have
think
a high
that
school degree.
yeah, I mean, I mean, my profession is machine designer, so, but it is not in science, in biology or biochemistry or whatever. But today we have information easy at the fingertip of our hands and the computer, so I can educate myself about anything basically that Jay knows, and so can you, and so can anyone else. And as I told him, the crux of the question is how do we interpret the information, especially when it comes to origins. Where does it lead to? That is where our differences are. And it doesn't make any difference if I have a degree or not to try to make sound inferences in regards of what possibly happened back in the past.
I can't. I am still not. I still don't understand. You think microevolution is true, and you're not sure about macroevolution? You say speciation happens.
In regards of macroevolution, if you are talking about primary speciation, then this is the issue here. If you are talking about secondary speciation, this has been observed. There is no, which also is macroevolution. Primary and secondary speciation are both macroevolution, but the first is what is in question. The second is demonstrate split of
So
populations, and they cannot interbreed anymore. That is something which is unquestionable.
So you
when we are
believe that there
talking
is a
about,
fossil record and that sort of thing? Like,
of course,
okay,
well,
and
the big question is, how do you explain the origin of complex organismal form and architecture? That is the dispute between those which believe that evolutionary non-intelligent mechanisms are sufficient, and creationists and intelligent design proponents like me
but are
believe
you
that
young Earth?
intelligence.
Do you believe in
Yeah.
young Earth?
Yes.
So you believe the Earth is 6,000 years old?
No, it is a bit more, because if it would be 6,000 years, then the pyramids, they would have been built prior to the flood, which I think is not
So
possible.
where do you
I
go? Like closer to 10?
It could be at least certainly more than 7,000 years.
Do you think that, like,
7,500.
what about radioactive dating? Do you think that that's just wrong?
There are flaws with radiocarbon dating. I don't have much knowledge, so I cannot say it's because of this and that. I'm just a little bit skeptical.
But what about like why not dig into that? Why not read about more about that?
Yeah, it's. I mean, I cannot read into everything, so I
Yeah,
prefer
but
to
I just feel like you've
focus.
done so much on evolution. Like, why not look into the the dating?
I think that there are others which are doing a much better job, which have digged deeper into these issues, and they have answers. It's just not my focus.
It just feels like it's such an easy thing to like look at that, like where like that is a young Earth, like 6 to 10,000 years. That seems like a claim that's very falsifiable, right? Like we could test that.
You think so?
I think so. I think we could test that, right? Like and I think that the carbon dating and the other kind of dating methods are a great way to do that, right? Ice cores, tree
You
rings,
know,
that sort of thing.
yeah, the thing with that is that um, I don't like much to have a dispute on it. I know there are open issues which I have difficulties, and others think there is no problem, like the starlight problem. And I simply believe that Genesis doesn't permit to infer long ages. And previously I was an old earther, and I moved to young earth because I think the biblical text doesn't
But
permit it.
that just sounds like you're saying like, oh, it says it here, so because that sounds like dogma,
Yeah,
that's
it is dogma, and I am open for that, to admit that it is dogma, and I trust what Genesis says because I believe that God knows everything and we don't.
But like, so what in Genesis? Just the ages of the people added up, like the lineages?
I believe that is possible. Maybe there are gaps. Maybe there are more generations which are not which are not.
But is there? I mean, is there? I'm just saying, is there anything else in Genesis that like makes you believe that?
That makes me believe what?
The young Earth. Anything besides the lineages?
No. For example, the fossil records. There are many fossils which have soft tissue, which I think is strong evidence that these fossils, they cannot be 500 million years old. Then there is the faint young sun paradox. If the Earth would be 4 billion years old, then the sun would have only 70% of the luminosity that it has today. That means that the Earth would be an ice ball, basically. So this, and I mean, there are several other problems as well with the old age Earth age proposition. Also, the 14 billion years of the universe, the Big Bang. There are problems also on that side. I mean, there are problems on both. Young Earth has problems, old Earth has problems. In the end, I respect anyone that believes the Earth is old. I have no problem with that, and I have many brothers in Christ which believe in the old Earth, and it's okay, no problem. I can understand it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that you can't understand it, but I'm saying that, like, wouldn't you want to know what's true?
Of course, and I've digged into it, and in the end, I am sticking to young Earth, and I am fine with that.
But you don't push yourself to change it at all.
Well, if new evidence comes up, then I am open to change my views.
Well, I'm saying, like, reading about the dating might be, you know, that new evidence, right?
Yeah, as I said, I am not focusing on that. I am actually now writing a book on abiogenesis, so I'm focusing on that. Spend
Oh,
more
okay.
time on
I
that.
see.
Yeah,
I didn't know you were writing a book.
yeah.
I just feel like, young Earth is just it. I feel like, that's a very scientific claim. There's a lot of scientific evidence on either side, maybe, and I don't feel. I'm just, it just, to me, it seems mostly like a faith position and like not a scientific position if you hold a young Earth.
Yeah, yeah, and I confess in my regard it is faith position, and I think the most important, at least for me, is not necessarily to know if the Earth is old or young. Um, to me, to my faith, the most important is my relationship with Christ. That is the
But
core
I
of
feel like it
my
should
belief.
influence your relationship because
Sorry.
I feel like the age of the Earth should influence your relationship, though.
Well, Christ, he made reference to the first human couple, to Adam and Eve. So, since he has holds that view, that reinforces even more my belief that the earth is literally the way that Genesis says.
Okay. Hmm. So, why do you like to argue with atheists?
Well, I don't like to argue. What I like is just to confess what I believe, why, and leave it to them to make up their minds. They can believe whatever they want.
Yeah, but like you show up to like Pine Creek and like Digital Gnosis and stuff like that, right? Like, they already know what you believe. So it's not like they're confused
Yeah,
or
but
anything.
yeah, but I mean, it's not just about the hosts, right? I mean, they have an audience,
Okay.
and that's what I care about.
So and do you think that you're persuasive?
It's I mean, I do my best. If people believe what I believe or not, it's up to them.
Yeah, I'm not asking that. I'm saying, do you
Yeah,
think you're
just give me.
persuasive?
I'm sorry, give me just a minute. My wife is calling.
Hmm.
If I would care about being persuasive or not, then I would probably not do anymore what I do. So what I do is I give my best. I educate myself uh, in whatever is possible, and then I just give my opinion in regards of what I have learned. And if people think that what I say is compelling or not, that's up to them.
Yeah, but that's not really how persuasion works, right?
What do you mean? I mean, the difference would be that I would try to insist in a position which I think is not productive. And I also don't think that it is arguments or evidence which actually brings people to Christ.
I'm
It is
talking about rhetoric.
what do you mean with rhetoric?
Rhetoric is, the way in which you try to outlay your arguments, right? Or the way in which you converse with someone. And depending on how you do that, you may be more or less persuasive, right? So
Yeah, maybe, sure.
So I guess what I'm trying to say is, no matter what anyone says, the audience is willing to believe them or not believe them, or agree with them or not agree with them, just like you said, right? No, and so that's not really my question, because that's with any statement, right? The audience will just either agree or not agree depending on wherever the wind takes them, right? But you can be also like an active speaker, in the sense that you can try to actively speak in ways that are not deceptive, but either clearly articulate, or perhaps, show a clever, way of thought or something like that. There are many different means of rhetoric. And
yeah, my only concern is to be truthful. Okay.
Yeah, and I think you can be truthful the entire time.
Yeah, and the other thing is that I try to educate myself in order to be able to give good answers, informed answers. And maybe what you're talking about is the way that we convey what we say.
Right.
And yeah, I've never been much concerned about that. What I think is important, that I, as a Christian, that I am friendly with other people, that I am not hostile or aggressive or over talking, just to have good friendly conversations. And yeah, that's it basically.
Yeah, so that's part of the rhetoric, right?
Yeah, sure.
Where like let's say Jay was talking to you, right? And he's kind of like yelling at you, and being over the top, and whatever hell he does it. I don't know. I can't be like that. I don't know how I do it. But he's just kind of like yelling and animated for no reason, right? And I don't exactly. Obviously, he has some reasons. You have history with him, all whatever. But what he's doing is not persuasive.
I actually never gave him any reason to behave as he has done today.
But that's not persuasive, right? It's not going to persuade you, and it's not going to persuade the audience, right? It's not going to persuade any Christian to not be a Christian anymore. It's certainly not going to do that, right?
Yeah.
So what he's doing there is not. It is only for, blood sports. It's only to show the the online drama, the conversation drama. He's wants to be the SmackDown wrestler, Lucha Libre sort of thing. And it's not rhetoric, right? It's not persuasive. And so in the same sense, he could be thinking about that. Or he was talking earlier about the conversation between Gutsick Gibbon and Rebecca, right? Bread of Life. And I listened to that conversation as well. And I had some feelings that he had, where, you have Erica Gutsick Gibbon, who is she understands very well, everything that she understands about evolution and about primates and all that sort of thing. But her rhetoric, honestly, in that presentation with Rebecca, Bread of Life, was awful. Gutsick Gibbon did not check in with her audience at all and say, hey, are you following along? Do you get what I'm saying? All that sort of thing. She's not asking questions where Rebecca was paying attention. And it was very clear to me, as I'm watching this, that Rebecca was not paying attention, didn't care. basically, right? And and it was just kind of like, just like nodding and saying, yeah, sure, whatever, And so this wasn't good rhetoric either, right? It wasn't persuasive and it wasn't engaging, right? And so
Yeah.
I think that where some of the street epistemology people do well is that they're strong in the rhetoric, in that they ask questions and they make sure that the audience is engaged with them, right?
I had actually an interaction with Dali. I don't know if you know him,
No, I don't think so.
from Street Epistemology,
Okay.
at his channel,
Mhm.
and it was very friendly, very nice, and I think
Right.
it was a good conversation. I think that good conversations are when you are not over talking others,
Yeah.
and when you wait until the other side finishes to talk. And what I often do is when the opposite side gish gallops, I take note and
Right.
I try to address each of the points that are being made during the gish galloping, and so I don't miss or forget what the other side was saying. But I think it is important that we actually listen to the other side and not overtalk and be respectful.
Yeah, but I also think that I think asking questions is really important because it helps to make sure that you understand the person you're talking with, and
Yeah.
so I think that many question or many sentences can be rephrased as a question probably. And I think that that's probably where I think that's where Pine Creek does some of his best work also, is that he's very good about asking questions rather than making statements. And I think
Mm-hmm.
that's where a lot of other people fall short, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's just my
Yeah.
2 cents on like what I've
Yeah,
noticed.
I like Pine Creek. I mean, we are on the opposite sides, but
Right.
he is an interesting, entertaining figure,
Yeah.
and yeah, he I like him.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, ultimately, I don't know. I'd be curious on like, what does really persuasive rhetoric look like on the Christian side? Because I don't think I've seen it.
Yeah, I can tell you what I think. I think that um, the thing is not just about evidence, but if for example you already decided that you want to live autonomously to a deity, then and you care about actually about evidence and these kind of topics that constantly come up in the theist atheist debate, you will always try to um, nourish your bias and you want to find answers which are conform to what you already believe and want to be true. And that goes on both sides. I mean, when I started, I converted with 18 years. It was for me always to confirm what I want to be true, and I'm open in regards of that. And I know
I
that
don't
it
know that
is
I believe you
exactly,
though.
well, I mean, it is exactly the contrary actually to the scientific method where you try to disprove a hypothesis, right? But that is how we usually operate and work. It is not that we want to find reasons to disprove what we already believe and want to be true. It's the contrary. We want to find reasons that join to the body of things that we already believe, which reinforces what we already believe, because um, it gives you more intellectual satisfaction. But if you have contrary evidence in regards of a proposition, then you start to live with cognitive dissonance and you start to be confused in your mind. And I see that with a lot of people which say I am an agnostic because this and that. Before I was a Christian, now I don't know what to believe. They're just confused. Now, um, of course, you need to be honest enough not to self delude yourself, to believe things which conform to what you believe, but which are obviously not true. So it is something which you need to find a balance in order for actually come to truthful conclusions.
Yeah. Don't you think that's where the dogma goes bad, though?
Where the dogma goes bad.
Because the dogma just conforms to what you already believe, right? If you believe in dogma, then the dogma will never challenge yourself.
Yeah, I mean, my methodology is evidentialism, and um, there I've invested a lot into investigating where the evidence leads, especially when we look around in nature, look in regards of physics, chemistry, biochemistry,
But not in
biology.
terms of the age of the Earth.
Well, geology is something, as I said, that I've not studied much about the methods of dating, and so that I'm falling short of that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's where I mean I applaud the places where you look, and I think that you truly have demonstrated that you have done your research in biology, without a doubt. I think that you've done your research, and I think that you could stump, tons of people, right? But it also gets into a danger zone, in my opinion, because you can have a discussion with certain people where you could lie to them and they couldn't tell, right?
Well, I mean, I say many things that most people do not understand. If
Right.
I mean, if I'm talking to you about RNA polymerase or ribosome or topoisomerase, these are all terms which are common in biological textbooks, which I am familiar with. But someone which doesn't focus on these things has absolutely no clue what I'm talking about,
Right.
right? And so, of course, I can make a statement which is completely false, and the person which will not understand it. But at the same time, there is always in our audience a biologist or Jay Bundy or whoever, which actually know the science, which know if I'm bullshitting or if I'm telling the truth.
Right.
But
But
what
whether or not you're doing that is, I guess what I'm trying to say is that, that's where the rhetoric comes back in, right? Because you can be wrong and still come off looking correct, right? And
what I am really trying, and I think this is an art which not many people understand, is to explain complex things in a way that a 6-year-old can understand.
Luckily you've got some help in your house, huh?
Yeah, my daughter is not yet there to understand these things.
Well,
But
then you just got to work really hard to make her understand. Look, RNA polymerase, okay?
yeah, but yeah, I mean, there are many concepts which I bring to the table in my conversations with atheists, with which most atheists they are not familiar with, and it is important. I think one of the things which is very common, which you can observe all in that entire universe, let's say, of YouTube atheist um, hosts, is atheists, they just rely on putting down and confessing their disbelief in the Bible, in religion, in whatever that has to do with deities. You see that with Paulogia, with
That's what
direct
the position is,
intuition.
right? The
Yeah,
position is that they don't believe.
yeah, right. But the thing is that you do not substantiate the worldview just by smacking down the competing worldview. And that is what atheists
But
rarely do, is
atheism isn't a worldview, right?
investigating. Well, it depends. If you are talking about strong atheism, it is the worldview that most likely there are no gods. And
But it doesn't
obviously,
entail naturalism, right? It doesn't entail it. That could entail any
well,
other
of
thing,
course,
right?
there are some which say, well, it doesn't immediately entail naturalism because there are atheists which also believe in the supernatural. It's just not God. It's a realm which is beyond the physical. Okay, but leaving that aside, um, if you want to substantiate a worldview without God, then you need to have better explanations than theism provides in order to
I don't.
explain our
I don't
existence.
agree. I don't agree. They don't
Yeah,
need a
but
better
that is,
explanation. They
well,
just need.
I
They
mean,
just need not to think about it.
okay, but when someone says, I'm a weak atheist, I just don't believe in what you believe, then I say, why should I care? I don't care that you don't believe in what I believe.
Well,
Why
you
are you
should
telling me
care
that?
based on your worldview. You should care.
Well, I mean, I say that because I want that they actually start thinking about what it entails when they deny my worldview, because then obviously another worldview must be true, which also needs to be substantiated. And that is what atheists rarely do. And they are very fast coming down to admit, well, I don't know, I just think it's not your God. So
Right.
they
Yeah.
confess they are
They're happy to live in
agnostics.
uncertainty, right?
Right, exactly. But I mean, I say that's up to you. If that satisfies you,
I mean, why
right?
wouldn't it though, right? Isn't it better to admit your lack of knowledge than to say
Well,
I know?
but I don't make the rounds to confess that I do not believe in Santa or flying spaghetti monsters or farting pixies or other or aliens or things like that. I don't spend time just to confess what I lack of, you know.
Well, I mean, they do it for many different reasons, right? Most of them are like political and social.
Well, yeah, that is a usual escape by saying, well, but Christians, they legislate laws which influence my life as well, and I am fighting that,
Right.
you know.
And do
But
you disagree with that? Don't you think that's true?
I think that it is in most cases just a cheap excuse when they play that card.
I
It
mean,
can be that
in the
one or
US
the
it's
other
true.
really, it can be that one or the other maybe has really that kind of concern, but um, in
We
many
just had Roe v. Wade
cases,
overturned in the US, and now abortions are illegal in many states, right?
hmm
So I
yeah,
mean, clearly that's a Christian influence. It's not a secular influence, I'll tell you that.
yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
so there is a point there, right? There is
I mean,
something there.
you can be obviously an activist for that motivation. I agree
Right.
with you on that,
Okay.
but that's not what I see in my experience in many interactions with atheists, where when I press them hard, they play that card, but I am not so convinced that that is the real reason why often they engage us.
I think that Christianity is a danger and a menace to society.
Yeah, when people say that, then I say, well, what is the first and foremost command given by Christ? Is love
It's not about the
your
commandments.
neighbor.
It's not the commandment.
Well, I
That's not
think
what the
that,
danger stems from, right? Because most Christians don't act like Christians, right? Most
well,
Christians
but
do not act like Christ.
but then the question is, who is to be blamed? Christ who gave the command, or those which call themselves Christians but do not actually live upon the standards that the Christ gave us?
Well, it's the religion itself.
Okay, so I mean, uh, religion then is one thing, but Christ and his commands are another thing. And
Yeah,
if
and I don't
people
think
are
anybody gives a shit about Christ, really.
and
Most secularists, they don't care. They care about the people that participate in the religion, right?
yeah, I mean that's what I commonly see. Atheists, they do not bitch about Christ; they bitch about religion,
Right,
right?
exactly.
But
Because that's the
but
danger.
that, yeah, but that entails as well. I mean, um, faith in Christianity in Christ, it entails this as well, right?
The
So
religion does? Yes.
yeah. So that's why I'm saying I rarely see atheists actually complaining about Christ as a person,
Yeah, he
about
seems
his
like a stand-up
character.
guy. He seems fine.
Right, right.
Sure.
But
Yeah, I don't think
my
anybody's
but
complaining.
my but my faith has everything to do with Christ, but little with organized religion.
Yeah, and in general, I don't think that you are necessarily someone that is like so strongly worth fighting against, right? Perhaps, if you were more, shouting from the rooftops than you already did, then maybe it would be more of an issue, right? Or maybe, as Jay Bundy says, right? If you're trying to, actively encourage, some kind of anti-scientism or some kind of, if you are encouraging like Bread of Life, she has another channel, right, where she says, she tries to debunk evolution or something like that, right? Now that channel I think is
Well,
dangerous.
she just critically analyzes the claims made by those which believe
I
that
mean, you
evolution
critically
has
analyze.
sufficient
I say
evidence.
misinforms, right?
Well, I've not watched too often her
But,
channel.
but
But
what I'm saying,
usually, I
that's what I'm
think, but
saying.
usually, I think that her skepticism is warranted because I actually have looked into the evidence, and I think the meat that Jay and other proponents claim there is to substantiate evolution as a mechanism to explain biodiversity simply isn't there.
I guess what I'm trying to say is, are there any conspiracy theories that you think are not true?
I think most conspiracy theories are not true. I mean, there was this guy which was judged right now. I forgot the name, which had a channel, a radio station, and
Like, have you
it
heard of
was,
like the chemtrails, right? Where the air that comes out of the planes. Have you heard of this?
mm,
You know how
no,
a plane flies over and it has the condensed air that comes out of the back and it looks like a white
yeah,
line coming out of the back of the
yes,
plane.
yes,
There
yes.
are some people that think that those are chemicals and they're spraying the population.
Oh, yeah,
And so that you don't think that that's true, right?
no, no.
So if someone was saying that online, do you think that that could be like dangerous if they were encouraging people to believe that?
Yeah, it can be dangerous, and I
Yeah.
mean there are some claims which are dangerous, also in regards of conspiracy theories.
Right. And so I
Yeah,
think that religion is the same way, right? I think that Christianity is the same way, that it's a dangerous uh, lie that is spread.
yeah. I completely disagree. I have an article. I can give it to you, and you can look it up about in history what Christianity, how it has shaped and the civilized Western world. And I
Yeah,
don't
that
think that
won't do
what you're
anything.
saying is true. Eh?
No, I mean, that won't mean anything because
Well, I think it is very meaningful.
it won't mean anything to me at least
Oh, okay. Okay.
because it's
Yeah.
not, that's not really what I'm coming from, right? Like the danger is here and now, right? The danger
What do you
is,
think was the danger?
well, I mean, we basically had, our capital kind of invaded by a whole bunch of people who thought that Donald Trump was the God Emperor, right? And that he was,
What
Christ's
has
chosen person.
what has that to do with what Christ said?
Well, it has to do everything with Christianity and not with Christ.
Okay, so you make a distinction between Christianity and Christ.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Christ is a
So maybe
man, and
yeah,
Christianity is religion.
so maybe I am with what you are saying about Christianity on your page.
I think you are. I hope so.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
all that I am confessing what are my conversations with atheists about is if God exists or not. And I give the reasons why I believe that God exists. I give the reasons why I believe that Christ is the one who he said to be, that he is the path to salvation, to eternal life, that gives us meaning, hope, peace, and so forth. and how we can be saved. That's basically what I confess to unbelievers.
Yeah, I don't think that you and yourself are necessarily dangerous, right? I think that
Yeah,
there's
but
a
but anything else, it is not relevant to me, and I don't think it is relevant to what actually Christ said.
I mean, I
What
agree. I don't think
right,
it's related to Christ. Yeah, I think that most of these people have no idea what Christ said or did or anything, right?
right, yeah,
But that's not really where the danger stems from. So my beef is not with you, right? My beef is with a bunch of other people, and I think
but
that there's
you
a
know,
kind
if
of
you
nexus of danger.
but you know, if you look into history, I mean, how many atrocities have been committed in the name of Christ?
A
But
lot.
can you then, but can you then say Christ is responsible if he
No,
said we
but
should love our
Christianity is
next?
responsible, right?
Okay, but Christianity then, in the way that you define it, is not equivalent to Christ.
Of course not. I would never say that.
Yeah. Okay. Just to clarify that, you
Yeah,
know.
I would never say
So
that. I would never say
yeah,
that Christianity is the same as Christ. No, they're very
maybe
different.
it is. Maybe it would rather be better defined as anti-Christianity, because I believe that Christianity should be um, um, together with what Christ actually said.
It probably should be, but I don't think that it happens that way, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I think a Muslim would say the same thing, right? The Muslim would say, Muhammad, was such a good guy, yada yada yada, right? And then they would say, well, oh, that's all those Muslims that are doing all those bad things,
Yeah,
that's
but the
that's
question
Islam.
then
That's not
but
Muhammad.
but the question then is what actually is written in the Quran, and we know that there are many verses about
I'm just saying that
violence
other
and so
religions would
forth.
say the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah, but in the end, I mean, what you have to do is to look into the Gospels, what actually the Christian message is, what the New Testament is about, and judge that, and not what people have done through it, and in the name of Christ.
Yeah,
Because
but it's
that's
not. But it's not Christ that is dangerous. It is Christianity that is dangerous, right? And so
yeah,
my concern is fighting the danger, right? I am not concerned with the good things. I'm afraid of the bad things, right? It is the
yeah.
bad things that make me afraid for my country and for myself, right?
Yeah, but since I see that you have no prejudice against Christ as a person, I would strongly suggest you to um, probably you have already done that. All I can say is that I believe that Christ is who he said to be, that he came to save the world, and those that believe in him, they can have peace, meaning, hope, and eternal life, forgiveness of sins, and a new start. And I think that atheists and atheism, in comparison, doesn't offer anything whatsoever.
No, it's not designed to.
Right.
It's
That's
not.
why I also see no reason why there are so many atheists
Because they
evangelizing
don't because they don't
atheism,
get their meaning from atheism. They get their meaning from something else, right? They get their meaning from
which
their
they
own
make.
personal worldviews, right?
Yeah,
So
which they make. Yeah, but atheism is part of their worldview.
it's part of it, but it's not. It doesn't encompass it, right?
Well, yes, it does, because the worldview, the global worldview, basically is that we live in a world where there is no deity.
I don't. What do you mean the global worldview? The consensus, you mean?
No, they believe that there is no God.
Right. But that doesn't mean that but that doesn't they
Oh, yeah.
probably don't necessarily have an opinion on the Big Bang, or they don't necessarily have an opinion on a whole bunch of science things, right? I'm sure
Yeah,
most.
but if they start thinking about it, then obviously it entails that they need to believe that certain things happened without God intervening.
Sure, but why? What does that matter?
It is part of their worldview.
Right, but it's like what I'm saying is you can be you can follow any number of philosophers, right, or Buddhism or something like that, right, and still not believe in a God, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Like you could be a nihilist, or you could be like some other non-nihilist, right?
That's what
And
I would be. I always say, if I
why would you
would
be a
not believe,
nihilist?
well, because I think that only God grounds that we can actually know things with certainty. If you remove God from the picture, you don't know if even your senses are trustworthy. You
Yeah, I don't
cannot
know that my
know.
senses are trustworthy, but I might as well assume that they are, right?
Yeah, you assume it, but you
Yeah, but
have no basis to assume it.
well, I
You
do have a
believe
basis
it.
actually. Like every day that I'm not hit by a bus, I know that I can walk. My senses have
Sure.
been reliable so far, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Every
sure.
time, every time I properly drink, I can tell that I'm properly touching
Yeah,
enough to drink, right?
yeah, but I mean, there are several other aspects. I mean, you don't know if everything which is around you is an illusion. Maybe
You don't know that either,
solipsism
though.
is
You can't tell the
true.
difference either.
As I said, I trust
No, you
in the
can't
Bible.
even with the Bible, you can't tell the difference because that could just be an illusion. The Bible itself could be the illusion, right? And you're still trapped.
Well, I mean, as I said, I believe that the Bible is the God given
Right,
revelation, and that
but that
is
belief
true.
doesn't do anything for you. That belief doesn't escape solipsism. You can't know that you're not a brain in a vat.
I, in the end, we cannot know anything with absolute certainty, as
Right,
I
and I'm
said
saying even the Christian
previously.
God does not escape you from that, right?
Well, the thing is, what experience have I made in order to be secure that what I experience around me is actually real? That is, of course, something which, um, if you've never experienced God in a practical way, then you cannot say if everything around you is just an illusion. It could be.
Same thing with your experience, right? Your experience of
Well,
God could be an illusion. You can't tell.
of course, I mean, you can make an experience with God, and in the end, it is an illusion as well. I agree with
Right.
you on that. Yeah.
Have you ever heard this quote? Do you know what it feels like to be wrong? You know?
It's a good question. Yeah. Answer.
You know the answer?
No.
It feels exactly like being right.
Oh, okay. It's a good one.
Because you can't tell the difference, right? Until you find out, you can't tell.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, I think I've
good.
never had a stream over 4 hours, so that
Someday
was,
you'll be digital gnosis.
yeah.
Well, I'll let you go,
Okay.
Tangelo. Have
Yeah,
a good evening.
have a good one. Bye bye.